जयंती मैडम आपण दिल्ली रे अछंती
सर नमस्कार सर हाँ सर जानकी देवी मेमोरियल कॉलेज
अच्छा अच्छा मु देखिली जे सुन जा भल कथा आपण पीएचडी एठी भुवनेश्वर कटक रो ने ओडिसा रो करछन
सर
ना बाहर
ना सर मु जेएनयू रू करछि
अच्छा बहुत के आपण को सुपरवाइजर के थिले
सुमन गुप्ता सी इज नो मोर
हां 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 अच्छा अच्छा
तांको अंडर रे करथिली से जेतोळे ग्रुप ऑफ फिलॉसफी थिला
अच्छा अच्छा भल कथा
सर मु पेपर टिके प्रेजेंट करिया चाहू छी कर पारि पेपर शेयर
लखन को पचारलेनी आपण देई ना पेपर आगुरु
ना सर
ठीक अछि करबे
हां
अच्छा करबे करबे किछ असुविधा
हां हां
मु शेयर करछि निजे
सर
हां
बोले गणेश सर जॉइन करलेनी तो आसे
कले
हां करिसंती
So the screen is visible?
हाँ.
It is visible. Make it full screen. Yeah.
Yes.
सार आसंतु आरंभ करिबा टिके
Okay.
एबे बंद कर दी थंतु
Stop sharing कर दियो
ये बड़ा अद्भुत कथा ये
सर
लखन
हाँ सर हाँ स्टार्ट करो हाँ सुबिला
कौन असुविधा तुम से कौन असुविधा मु
ना हमर किछ असुविधा नै तो
हम तो से तो कहूँ
ना
सर प्रणाम सर प्रणाम गणित प्रणाम
So we begin the next academic session. This session is entitled History of Philosophy, and this will be chaired by Sectional President Lieutenant Dr. Lakshman Patra. So over to Dr. Lakshman Patra to do the needful.
Thank you, sir. I request to Professor Ganesh Prasad Das to chair the session on behalf of me.
So what we do? The surrogate organizing secretary appoints another surrogate sectional president. This as I find surrogacy. So as I find in the list of presenters, Jayanti Sahoo comes first. If she is present, I welcome her and request her to present her talk. I mean.
Thank you so much.
Jayanti herself told that she is now in Janaki Devi College, New Delhi. She is a product of Utkal University, or the greater interest at the country capital, New Delhi. Welcome.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible?
Yes.
Very
much.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. Respected Chair, Professor Ganesh Prasad Das, Vice President AOPA. My regards to all my teachers, Professor Saroj Kumar Mahanti, President AOPA, Dr. B.C. Sahu, General Secretary AOPA, Professor Ramchandra Maji, Chief Editor AOPA, Professor Jagannath Das, Professor P.K. Mahapatra, Advisor AOPA, and my thanks to the organizer for giving me the opportunity to share some of my views with you. The title of my paper is, if it is visible, The title of my paper is Fundamentals of Indian Philosophy. Though it's a very vast area, but I would reflect on a few points where we can have some discussion. So I'll begin my paper with a recitation to the saluting the tradition Guru Sisya Parampara. Om Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Deva Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Param Brahma, Tasmai Sri Gurave Nama. Akhanda Mandalakaram Vyaptam Yana Characharam, Tat Padam Darsitam Yana Tasmai Sri Gurave Nama. चित्रंग बट तरुर मुळे शिष्य वृद्ध शिष्य गुरुजुवा गुरस्त्रे मौन वाक्ष्यनम शिष्यस्त्रे हिना संचय. I salute the tradition which teaches us the essence of silence discourse. These are my references from which I have developed my paper. As you know that Indian philosophy is distinctive in its application of analytical rigor to metaphysical problems and goes into very precise detail about the nature of reality, the structure and function of the human psyche, and how the relationship between the two have important implications for human salvation. Rishi-centered philosophy on an assumption that there is a unitary underlying order, Rita, in the universe which is all pervasive and omniscient. The efforts by various schools were concentrated on explaining this order and the metaphysical entity at its source. The concept of natural law, dharma, provided a basis for understanding questions of how life on earth should be lived. The sages urged human discern this order and to live their lives in accordance with it. In appreciation of complexities of the Indian philosophy, T.S. Eliot wrote that the great philosophers of India make most of the great European philosophers look like schoolboys. Author Schopenhauer used Indian philosophy to improve upon Kantian thought. In the preface to this book, The World as Will and Representation, Schopenhauer writes that one who has received and assimilated and sacred primitive Indian wisdom, then he is the best of all prepared to hear and what I have to say to him. The 19th century American philosophical movement, Transcendentalism, was also influenced by Indian thought. So before, like when we talk about any philosophical systems, we do generally follow certain kind of methods, various methods used inside philosophical studies, be it Indian and Western. As we know that method for any science is a necessity. Similar is the case with philosophy. Method in philosophy is a systematic and consistent way of attaining philosophical knowledge. What our method is going to be largely determined by our attitude to philosophy. Those who look upon philosophy as a universal science may think that a method of philosophy, like a method of science, is empirical. Others look upon philosophy as an intellectual pursuit, may treat a method of reason as the method of philosophy. We can't say that there is just one method that philosophers use to answer philosophical questions. The methods which are popular inside philosophical studies are as follows. And when I said this, I said to the Indian philosophical systems has adopted this method of Western philosophers, and there are many other methods are there, but I have just taken the Socratic method, that is the method of Melanchthus, the method of dialectics, questioning, and then there is a Cartesian method of doubt, and then begin with a kind of skepticism and establishing the conclusion that I think, therefore I am. And then there is an empiricist method of experiencing the reality, then dialectical method, bringing a thesis, antithesis, and synthesis, and for the social and individual development. Then there is a phenomenological method which brings the live experience into account, which we find in the Advaita Vedanta. And the dialectical method, if you go through the Nagarjuna's philosophy, then you find a kind of dialectical method he has developed in the Madhyamik philosophy. Then there is an empiricist method which is popular within the earlier Buddhism. Basically the empiricist method will be there, and Cartesian method is a kind of fundamental questioning aspect we find also in the Kena Upanishad, in the study of reality, begin with a kind of question and answer and establishing the reality. So also the Socratic method. So I'm not going into the details because of the paucity of the time. So then coming back to the systems of Indian philosophy, so we can directly say that directly referring to the authorities of the Vedas, directly or indirectly referring to the authorities of the Vedas, the systems have came into existence, be it orthodox schools or heterodox schools. They all accepting the Vedic authority or rejecting the Vedic authority. They have developed their philosophical systems. That is how Nastik and Nastik schools came into existence. Astik, all 6 independent schools and 3 allied schools, and Nastik 3 Buddhism, Jainism, and Charvak. So what I'm trying to see that if we go through all the systems of Indian philosophy, there are certain common elements which we find all the Indian philosophical system adapts. And one basic theory is that karma theory. All schools of Indian philosophy except the Charvak believe in the law of karma. Indian philosophy believes that the whole universe is being governed and sustained by a universal moral order. This moral order is eternal and it can't be violated by anybody. In the Vedas, there is the concept of Rita, which stands for such an eternal, inviolable moral order. Later on, in the different systems of Indian philosophy, this principle takes on various forms like Apurva in the Mimamsa, Adrasta in Nyaya Vaisesik. Even among the Gnostic school, Jainism and Buddhism give importance to the law of karma. So that is a kind of theory which we find there are many schools which gives emphasis on the karma. And Mimamsa, Purva Mimamsa, they are the one school which accept the Vedic authority of the Karma Kanda theory and strongly believes in the theory of karma. So here the question of accepting the God in the Indian philosophical comes much later on. So many times when we talk about karma, we also relate it with the dharma also. So then there is another element which you find is common to all the philosophical systems, that the emphasis is on the doctrine of moksha, and which is always being misinterpreted or understood by a kind of limited analysis, but we can extend it to a kind of experiential reality, which Advaita also speaks of. All the systems of Indian philosophy, barring Charvak, take liberation or freedom from bondage to be the ultimate goal of human life. Liberation means complete cessation of suffering. It is a state of peace, bliss, and calmness. Different systems of Indian philosophy have given different views about the nature of liberation, but all agree in the point that liberation signifies an end to miseries of life. Indian philosopher recognize 4 ends, purusarthas of human life. They are dharma, artha, kama, and moksha. Of these 4, liberation is regarded as the highest ultimate goal of human life, and the path they have accepted is knowledge, devotion, and action to achieve that. Then there is all the schools of Indian philosophy, they emphasize the doctrine of soul, and even also exception is there that Buddhism, in the earlier Buddhism, we find that they don't accept the theory of the self. As T.R.B. Murthy also claims that there are 2 traditions in Indian philosophy. One is the tradition of the Atma tradition, and one is the Anatma tradition of that Buddhism. So saying this, even also Charvak, being a materialistic school, do not reject the existence of the soul, and they have said that they have Visishta Atma. If you go through the Madhavacharya's Sarva Darshan Sangra, you find the explanation is there that how the soul is identified with the body. So saying this, that all the Indian system except Buddhism admit the existence of a permanent entity variously called Atman, Purusa, or Jiva. As to the exact nature of this soul, there are indeed divergences of view. Thus, while Nayak calls it absolutely qualityless and characterless, indeterminate, unconscious entity, Sankhya described it as being of the pure consciousness. The Vedanta says that it is the fundamental point of unity implied in pure consciousness, pure bliss, and pure being. So I'm not going into the details of that. Then there are basically, when we talk about Indian philosophy, there is a misconception that pessimism is the beginning, but not it's the end of Indian philosophy. Though when we talk about the concept of suffering, people have a belief that it's a pessimistic in nature. But if we go through the deeply analysis, then we find they also give the how to overcome the suffering. They also provide the ways and the means how to overcome the suffering. So that is the pessimism is the beginning, not the end of Indian philosophy. Then spiritualism dominates in Indian philosophical thinking, that all the schools of Indian philosophy except the Charabak, that Purusartha model, when it followed by all the schools, Charabak has accepted Artha and Kama, and saying this, that there is a kind of spiritualism, and I understood by spiritualism means, as Radhakrishnan says, that it regards spirit or soul as superior to body or matter. With the solitary exception of the Charabak system, Indian philosophy puts emphasis upon the spiritual values and enjoins that life should be led with a view realizing these values. The Charabak system advocates materialistic philosophy, and so it is an exception to the Indian philosophy regarding this feature. Then there is a unity in diversity is the ethos of Indian philosophy. Diversity in India is celebrated, and though we have a diverse of opinion, but then when it comes to the way of thinking or living, then we always look for a kind of unity, and that is also propagated within the Vedic idea of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam or Bahujan Hita and Sukha. In Indian, philosophers starts their journey from the empirical world and ends it by reaching to a transcendental world. They do talk about diversity differences in the empirical level, and that way we have the 9 systems of Indian philosophy came into existence, and there is a continuity and there is a change, and then there is an unity and underlying within all the systems flourish together. So then there is a direct experience to the reality. The Rishi-centered tradition has experienced the reality directly. There is through the intuitive experience. Then there is an acceptance of authority. Authority to the Vedas is always there. And if we analyze all the systems, then we find whereas the Astic or Orthodox schools always refer to the Vedas to support their theory, Nastic or unorthodox schools do not accept the Vedic authority, but follow the authority of their founder. The respect for sages and ancient scriptures are strong traditional practices in India. And most important thing is that when the contemporary problems are going on, and so many like we questions the Indian philosophy, then we find that if you analyze deeply, then you find there is an open-mindedness is there within the Indian tradition and Indian mind. Always accept others and accommodate others and respect others, and that is the reason why all the systems, ancient schools and other schools have flourished in India. And that is the most important thing, that open-mindedness is there, starting from the Vedas to Vedanta. A broad outlook that reflects its unflinching devotion to truth distinguishes Indian philosophy. His school is open to the views of all other schools. There was nothing like this is the best system or is the only way to self-realization. The established system's philosophical exploration in the Indian tradition involves explaining and criticizing the prior view of the subject, then refuting the views and describing a subsequent views that takes you to a higher level or a final theory. Because of a continuous exchange of ideas, the philosophical systems have with time become more sophisticated and completed. So then support of logic and reasoning is always there, and without any logical and rational arguments, they have not established anything. So be it Charvak or be it Vedanta philosophy, so support of logic and reasoning is there, and is yes sir, just 4-5 minutes. And criticism is
not that.
2
In a
minutes.
minute.
2 minutes, sir.
1 minute.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. So criticism is well taken, and then there is a peace, unity and peace always established in the Indian tradition. We have materialistic school and Charabak, and often we confuse that when we say that materialism, we begin with Charabak, but which is to my mind, we should trace it the Indian materialism from the Rig Vedas, earlier Karma Kanda theory. The enough instances are there how we worship the matter. Then there are I'm just skipping that. Then there is a idealistic school developed by the Vedanta philosophy, and then you have all realistic model is there in pluralism of Jainism, Anekantavad theory. What I'm trying to say that diversity in Indian philosophy is being celebrated, and if others also would like to see and establish the peace in the world, they should follow the model of Indian philosophy, and that is saying, concluding that with the Nagarjuna that Sunyamiti Navaktavyam Asunyamiti Bhav Bhavet Ubhayam Nabhayam Cheti Pragya Pratyartham Tu Kathyate. So that is what from the above analysis, it is clear that each system of India has grown in relation to and in opposition to the growth of other systems of thought. For a thorough understanding of Indian philosophy, one should study all the systems in their mutual opposition and relation from the earliest times to a period at which they cease to grow and come to a stop. Philosophy in India is a journey from empirical to transcendental. It teaches all over overall development of personality. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Johnny. From empirical to transcendental, you have taken us to a journey which takes us to the beginning till the end. That is all right, but many things are there. You dealt with different methods that there are in Indian philosophy. You have brought in the schools or systems of philosophies that are found in India. Then you have classified them as idealistic, realistic, etc. Then you have shown there are certain common characteristics of Indian philosophy, like beginning with sorrow, suffering, and then you have added one thing more, that is there is unity and diversity in Indian philosophical systems. Well, the first and foremost question will arise like this. Some historians of Indian philosophy, they bring in the chief characteristics of Indian philosophy before going to the different schools or different philosophical systems. And there are some others who do not mention these at all. So, does it not follow that in Indian philosophical treatises, there is no system, and one cannot find any common characteristic between all those authors dealing with the different views? You will find that Patra sees the things in a different way. Professor Dayakrishna sees the things in a different way. You have just mentioned what have been mentioned in the histories of philosophies that we have been reading down the years. But one is required to be very much critical as to whether the concepts and the principles through which we see the entire gamut of Indian philosophy are valid or not. That Potter has done to some extent, and that Professor Daya has done to a great extent. But then that's all right. Let us put this to discussion, and there are some questions in the chat box. Lakshman to put them forth. Lakshman. Jayanti, there is one question by Sachin Babu. Can you say that Indian philosophy is pessimistic and spiritual in nature? What is the message of Indian philosophy to non-philosophical background peoples?
See, I totally disagree with this point of that Indian philosophy is pessimistic. And then, yes, the dominance of spiritualism is there, but that doesn't mean that Indian system has not has strong metaphysics or epistemology or logic is not there. So it's again that what you want to see within the philosophy and how do you understand and what you want to get from it. So there is always a kind of problem is that problem of ideology, that when you belong to a particular ideology and see Indian philosophy in a particular direction, then you might say that it is pessimistic or dominance of spiritualism is there. But if I see in a different way, to my mind, if entire theory is there, starting from spiritual development, mental development, physical development, emotional development, and development in terms of the health also, that is a strong psychology is there. So what you want to take is that it is up to you. How do you want to understand the things? Whether you want to distort it, then always there that you can say that only the materialistic of system of Charabak is the only philosophy. Others are only talking about a kind of Brahmanism or kind of trying to establish a theory which suits to the Hindu mind. So that is up to you. That is a kind of intellectual debate.
But can you not study it critically without
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Critically, one can study. I agree with you completely. Yes, critically.
Then you say that it is a journey from empirical to transcendental, but then it is alleged that Indian philosophy is life negating. Do you agree with this?
No, I don't agree with that. Indian philosophy is life negative. I don't agree. I don't believe in that theory also.
Why
Because if
you say
you,
that it is journey from empirical to transcendental? You say.
yes,
So
sir,
if the transcendental
because
is the
why
goal
you
and aim, then empiricality is neglected.
not necessarily, sir, because
Then
see, even if we go by Advaita model, so Sraban and Manan and Nididhyasan, so we have to.
Jayanti,
Yes,
take the question. Take the question. Don't go to Sravana, Manana, and Nididhyasan. The question is something else now.
yes, sir.
Question is empirical is negated or not negated.
Not necessarily. Suppose that's what I'm trying to say, that in the mental state, if my mental level is not pure, then I cannot go to the transcendental.
Like you answer the question. Empiricality is negated or not negated.
Sir, when you reach to the state of transcendental, obviously the empirical state will be negated.
Does it mean that the world will not be there and everything will
is
be
it neglected or not? It is neglected or not?
Is it neglected? It's not that one negated, neglected.
It's
Can I
the
say something here?
yes, yes, sir.
Well, I have heard your paper and I have heard all the discussions. Well, you see, Indian philosophy is not a just unitary thing. You see. There are a lot of systems. There are orthodox systems, there are heterodox systems. So some systems give us the impression that it is life negative and transcendental and all that. But there are also some other systems, like in Buddhism, they are like not like Buddha was famously known for his suffering theory. But he did not end there. It is not pessimistic. He said that the Four Noble Truths. What did he say? There is suffering, there is a cause of suffering, there is a way to cessation of suffering, and there is a way to cessation of suffering. So he did not end up with pessimism. Life negation is not the right thing. You rightly said. It all depends on how you take it, which system you overemphasize. It is not a question of saying that this is Indian philosophy. Indian philosophy has diverse aspects, different aspects. So they have seen life and the world and reality from the different points of view. So it will not be, as you rightly said, she has been trying to make this point, that it all depends on how you look at one system. It is not that. Indian philosophy consists of several systems and they have several ideas also, approaches. So
because the colonial
that
masters,
Indian philosophy is pessimistic or things like that,
No.
would be over, simplistic. She has
Thank
been
you so
trying to
much.
defend herself from that point of view. I think,
and because the colonial masters wrote about Indian philosophy in English and made it popular, and they were acquainted with Buddhism and some part of Vedantism.
yes,
Therefore,
Buddhism and Vedanta, take the two at least. Two important. They are two important principles.
And they took
point
these
in
two and they wrote
ways.
about the whole of Indian philosophy. But that is not the whole of Indian philosophy.
That
So
is not.
we have to come out of the colonial categorization.
She has been also saying that it is not the whole.
Jayanti.
It is not a unitary concept.
Yes, sir.
It
Yes, sir.
consists of so many different systems, so many different approaches. So that is
Jayanti,
the richness of
you are-
Indian philosophy. That is the richness. It is not one way. It is not one-sided.
Jayanti, there is another question.
Yes,
Jayanti, the question is,
There is another question.
Yes, sir.
Professor,
Buddhist
like,
philosophy
the
believes
question that Professor
in
Ganesh
non-dual
has
soul.
asked is whether the world is negated and neglected in Indian philosophy. What is your answer?
See,
You
yes, sir. I'll come to this question that nobody has neglected the world. Okay, even Advaita has not neglected the world. Advaita, in
Yes.
fact, so
Yes.
nobody has neglected, or in Indian, that is the vastness of Indian mind. So when Sankaracharya made the statement, he never said that world is neglected. He said world is a falsity. Brahma Satya Jagat Mithya Jive Brahmaiva Napara. So saying this, he has not said the world is not a kind of reality or unreal. Maya is sad asad anirvachanya. So I don't think the world has been neglected by the Indian philosophers. They only talk about Panchamahabhuta. If we talk about worship of Panchamahabhuta, how can we talk about the neglecting the empirical world? That is not possible.
Yes.
That is
negated.
negated.
Brahma Satyam Jagan Mithya means the world is negated, no?
See, it's a negation is a kind of affirmation again.
I would answer. In none of the schools of Indian philosophy, world either negated or neglected. None of the Indian schools of philosophy.
Yes, sir.
Shankara, if the world is negated, where will the Jivan Mukta be? The Jivan Mukta has to be. Therefore, world has to be. And why the Jivan Mukta is for like Bodhisattva in Madhyamika? It is for celebrating the world. Therefore, world is not neglected. So neither negation nor neglection nor neglecting the world is there in any of the Indian philosophical schools.
Thank you, Jayanti. Thank you, Godavari. We have taken already more than half an hour to discuss one paper.
Thank
Thank you very much.
I just want to ask something.
We now pass on to Bijaya Kumar Nayak paper. Prove to oneself the Gita and Kant. Nayak, please. Bijaya Nayak, please.
Ganesh sir, I wanted to say one small thing.
Bijaya Nayak, please.
Okay.
Marshal order. You have to obey.
Bijaya Nayak, prove to oneself the Gita and Kant.
Sir, thank you.
Advisor Professor Kumar Mahapatra, Vice President Professor Ganesh Prasad Das, as well the President of the session, my teachers and learned participants. I am going to present not a paper because I think I have not true to myself. It is not well articulated. I have just pointed the ideas that have occurred to me. Before presenting the paper, I must say that I have used the word morality, ethics, and virtue interchangeably, though there is a conceptual difference among them. Anyway, my true to oneself means committed to oneself. The point is what morality is. In this paper, I have given views what is given by the systems or philosophers. Then in the sequel, I have put my ideas that what morality is. We know that hedonism considers satisfaction of sensibility is morality. Rationalism emphasizes on reason. Rationalism in the form of cynicism points out that it is virtue which consists in avoidance of pleasure. And cynicism speaks of pursuit of pleasure as virtue. Stoicism, on the other hand, virtue or the life of reason is the highest good, but it should be in a disinterested way. Cicero, true law is right reason in agreement with nature. However, cynicism and stoicism consider pleasure as evil. Hedonism on the one hand and rationalism on the, in these all these forms, we find two opposite directions. One speaks of pleasure, satisfaction of pleasure, another speaks of not satisfaction of virtue, is which is the reason, the life of reason, is the aim of, is the standard of morality, is the standard of morality. Plato points out that it is happiness is an accompaniment of virtue. Aristotle also subscribes to this view. If we look into the history of modern European philosophy, we find Descartes is of the view that morality is the mastery over the passions. It is to live in harmony with the self, the principle expressed in various modes like feeling, thinking, and willing. Mind controls passions through will in two different ways: by arresting the movements of the body aroused by passions, and by attacking the passions themselves by means of principles and distinct and clear knowledge. Spinoza, on the other hand, is of the view that morality is a matter of understanding. What is virtuous is conducive to the understanding, and what is vicious is conducive to passions like fear, hope, piety, and repentance. In other words, judging everything from the standpoint of the supreme attitude of intelligence is the end of moral life. Adjudging everything from the standpoint of absolute is the intellectual love of God, where there is no freedom of will. But Leibniz holds that morality is a matter of unfoldment of potentialities preformed in us, for which we seek pleasure and then we seek its oughtness. The way to bring out such potentialities is to illuminate one's understanding and engage in such actions as prescribed by the understanding. Gradually, we advance towards its full realization or perfection. Actions guided by reason brings joy in and others have joy in our and others happiness. This therefore, to love oneself is to love others. It is to desire their good as our own, making their happiness a part of our happiness. If we look into the tradition of empiricism, we find John Locke is of the view that moral goodness is our voluntary actions in conformity to the laws, and moral evil is our voluntary actions is not in conformity to the laws. Laws may be of a divine, civil, and opinion or reputation. Obedience and violation of divine laws lead to duties and sins. Obedience and violation of civil laws lead to innocence and criminal. Conformity and non-conformity to opinions lead to virtues and vices respectively. Therefore, external laws are considered to be the standards of morality. Berkeley is of the view that ideas of both good and evil are relative to our viewpoints. Hume, on the other hand, is of the view that moral action is a free action solely determined by the internal character, that is, passions and affections of the person. All moral phenomena, will, moral judgments, virtue, and conscience are products of regular interaction of passions. From the foregoing discussion, it is clear that for the rationalist, morality is a matter of either unfoldment of moral principles within us by clear perception or arrestation of bodily movements or the suppression of passions by the principles of clear and distinct knowledge. Morality is a matter of understanding or intellect. For empiricists, morality is a matter of external laws or outcome of passions. Both these traditions highlight that to be moral is either conformity with the external law or it is unfoldment of the moral principles potent within us. That means, to make it more simple, that morality, an action to be moral, either satisfy external conditions or it must satisfy the understanding which is empty of content. But Immanuel Kant points out that morality cannot be a matter neither of rationality or inclinations only. It is a joint product of both the aspects of man. He belongs both to the world of rationality and rational and natural. Actions done under the guidance of reason is pure and free. All our actions to be moral, to be called moral, must stem from categorical imperative, the moral law. An action is moral if the will behind the action is good. Goodwill is the conformity of action to the laws of morality, laws without stain of desires, passions, and inclinations. It is called free will. Action done freely is called duty. Duty, therefore, in moral sense, is not a matter of external laws, but internal laws, laws imposed from within. In this sense, the concept of duty in the moral sense is different from the concept of a duty in the legal sense. Duty in the latter sense is conditional, but moral duty is unconditional, meaning thereby is not a matter of emotion, love, sympathy, empathy, and prudence. It is obedience to the moral law out of the pure respect to it. It is a product both of the supreme principle of all moral judgment that lies in the understanding and the supreme principle of moral impulse that lies in the heart, which is called moral feeling, distinguished from pathological and pragmatic feeling. It is a capacity, moral feeling is a capacity for being affected by a moral judgment. Morality, therefore, is the conformity of the action to a universally valid law of free choice. Morality is a matter of free choice. It is for, excuse me, sir. Morality is a matter of free choice. It is for the persons, not for the individuals, not even for things. It is a matter of dignity, not of value. It is the dignity of the whole humanity. Respect to one's own person is to respect the whole of humanity, irrespective of caste, culture, creed, color, and gender. One who violates the duties to himself has no inner worth, and one who infringes of duties to others has lost all his strength to be called a man. One should not dishonor his own dignity for getting anything. He should not allow himself to be used as an object in the hands of others, and in return should not use others as means for some benefit. Manhood should not in any way be despised of. It should not be battered for cash. He should live as a man throughout his life. Suicide is the violation of the supreme duty to oneself, as he is using all his powers and freedom against himself. He is making himself a carcass. One should help others and be helped with all dignity. It is to act according to the law, which could be universalized, the first maxim. That means every person could be able to will to act. The humanity in everybody should be treated as an end. One should act as a member of the whole community of rational beings or kingdom of ends. Obedience to moral law out of love, that is moral law, towards its constitute morality. It is the law of rational self. Committed to the rule of the self is the law of our existence, sustenance, and harmonious development. It is the principle of live and let live. It is what binds us unconditionally and absolutely. As the law of conscious, intelligent selfhood, it comprehends all human souls. Moral law is both universal, it is necessary. It is absolute, as nothing conditional and contingent can be conceived as the ground of its operation and application. It is in the Indian terminology called dharma. In the Mahabharata, it is said, it is that by which one is determined to act, by which all beings are sustained, because they are determined by it. But activities stemmed from all other sources, save this, is conditional. They are teleological, but actions based on categorical law serve the purpose immanent in it. It depends our spiritual insight to realize the proper self. It is the consummation of, in the words of Konada, it is the consummation of the process of spiritual development, which is the condition of all goodness and good. Similarly, in the Bhagavad Gita, we find the concept of niskama karma, where it is said, we have every right over our actions, not on the result. Your entitlement, adhikara, is only to the ordained act, never to its fruits. Be not motivated by the fruits of acts, nor be attached to inactivity. It is regarded as an obligation whose performance must not yield any merits or fruits. Freedom and self-legislation of will are both autonomies, and we have given it to ourselves. In the words of the Bhagavad Gita, a person satisfied with himself in himself, sthita prajna. That means the cognitive faculty becomes stable. It is called atmika buddhi, buddhi fixed on the eternal principle. It is niskama karma, which means the action not stemmed from attachment, but from love, shraddha, towards the eternal and autonomous principle which imposes law upon itself. It is the principle of our spiritual self. It is unconditional and meant not for the fulfillment of any desire in the physical world, rather for the realization of the spiritual law within us. It is to realize the law of the self, to act in conformity with the eternal principle, freed from all sorts of mental cramps, bondage, arising out of natural inclinations. It is a pure form without content. Action from this spirit makes one perfect and creates the conditions for others for the realization. Perfection lies not in the accomplishments, but in the ability of the work. This is called Atma Karma or Atma Dharma or Karma Yoga, the basis of all other karmas, anatma karmas. That means morality is action under the guidance of the law of the self. This is my humble submission before the learned participants. I
Thank
would
you
be
so
happy.
much. Thank you so much, Vivekananda Nayak, for the intelligent presentation that you have done, covering both the Western philosophy and Indian philosophy. In Western philosophy, we found the three models. One belonging to the rationalists, according to whom moral laws are unfoldment of mental principles lying within, moral principles lying within, and the empiricist telling that it is a matter of external laws that we pay our obedience to. Then there is a third view, Kant's view. You characterize it by saying that it is free action, it is duty, it is not a matter of external law, but internal law, and you bring in the concepts of kingdom of ends and the categorical imperative. In Gita, you bring in the concept of niskama karma, which is a principle of law by your statement lying within us. So this is the position. There are many things to tell about it. Let me not say anything except putting the paper to discussion. There are some questions in the chat box. Let us take up those first of all. There is one question. What are the reasons for saying that we should be moral? That is, she wants to know, why should we be moral after all? Your response.
Yes, it is a question, but not related to my analysis. Why should I be moral? Yes. If the question is so, why should I be moral? I would say we are moral. We are moral means we have that sort of principle within us that which we impose upon ourselves, not upon any other thing. By saying so, Kant again in the critique of a pure reason says morality is for man, by man, and of man. It is person. I mean to say it is person. It is for the humanity, not for the individual.
So if it is so, then if it is so, what about the kingdom of ends?
The kingdom of ends means kingdom of, or it is a community of rational persons. Rational persons means persons whose reasons, whose sensibility, whose passions, whose desires are subdued or subsumed or controlled, are under the yoke of categorical imperative.
What is the epistemology of that? If moral laws lie within us, then I bring out that, you bring out your moral reason, then we combine that, put to vote. Is it like that?
It is not like that.
Then how?
Sir, it is not a matter of democracy, rather it is a matter of
how is the kingdom of ends constituted?
It is a matter of respect to the law of the humanity, sir. It is the law of the humanity, sir.
I have a point.
Sir, another question. Another question is there, sir.
Okay,
Minaki asks.
Sir, this is not my question. This is my observation, sir.
Well, let me put that observation.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Then you begin the observation by saying what? What is theoretical right, good and nice, may not be practically equally sound, good and nice to follow. Do you agree, Bijaya?
Sir,
what is theoretically right, good and nice, may not be practically equally sound, good and nice to follow. Is it so?
What is yes. Kant doesn't make a distinction between a theoretical reason and a that is what he said. It is not a matter of theory, rather it is a matter of practice, practical reason. If all your actions in the empirical field are guided by the laws that are eternal, for which you are considered as a human being, then everything is good. Everything will be good. Yes, you may not get your desired result. You may not get achievement. You may not get accomplishment. But that will bring perfection, moral perfection within yourself, and help and create the conditions for others for their self-realization. Right?
Okay. Sarosh sir, please. And this is the last query, and we will pass on to Sujata Raju next.
I don't have any new point. When you say that why should man be moral, Bijaya answered that we are moral. The answer, I am not satisfied with this answer, because if we are all moral, then question of all these deliberations has no sense. We are many of us are not moral. Most of the time we are not moral. And that is why we should be moral. This is a question which is discussed.
Sir, just my submission, sir. Okay. Managing moral means man has two aspects, empirical and rational, that I have already presented. That means moral means we have the capacity, we have the ability to go beyond our empirical or sensibility or the passions. That is my
yes, that is all right.
in that sense.
Okay, thank
Dr.
you.
B. Sujata Raju, Dr. B. Sujata Raju, who is an associate professor at Daulat College, University of Delhi, would present a paper entitled "The Study of Consciousness, Indian Perspective." Dr. Sujata.
Thank you. Thank you. A very warm good afternoon to all of you. My sincere regards to my teachers, Prafula sir, GP Das sir, Saroj Mahanti sir, and Godavari sir. Of course, others professors also there. My regards to them. And thanks, my sincere gratitude to the organizers who gave me this opportunity to present this paper.
Nice to find you amidst us here. Thank you. Go on, please.
Okay. My topic is study of consciousness, and at this paucity of times, I have taken 4 schools: Charabak, Nyaya, Sankhya, and the culmination of Vedanta. And the essential themes I have just mentioned in this paper. Consciousness is central to human existence because all objective phenomena are believed to exist as manifestations of consciousness. Since the time of the Upanishads, consciousness has been the fundamental concept of Indian thought. Indian philosophy does not present one single homogeneous theory of consciousness, but a whole array of views on this subject. The paper attempts to examine the crucial issues that revolve around the nature of consciousness. They are some of the questions, disputational questions I have taken. What is consciousness? How does consciousness manifest itself? In disputational terms, is it self-illumined, Swaprakasha, or has a dependent illumination, Paraprakasha? Does consciousness possess intentionality or not? In other words, is it Sabhisayaka or Nirvisayaka? Questions regarding the form, structure, and content of consciousness raised by scholars in India, also by the contemporary West philosophers. They are, is consciousness with form, Sakara, or without form, Nirakara? Does consciousness have a locus, Asraya, or being all-pervasive, it is free from space and time cognates, Nirasraya? To discuss these issues, I have undertaken 4 schools of Indian philosophy: Charabak, Nyaya, Sankhya, and Advaita Vedanta. I begin with Charabak philosophy. The Charvakas, Indian materialist, identifies the self with consciousness and maintains that it is a product of a combination of the 4 material elements using the production of the intoxicating quality of a liquor from certain ingredients that are by nature non-intoxicating. The Charvakas argue that consciousness is a quality of the body which can have no existence apart from the living body itself. Where do the qualities of consciousness reside, if not in the body itself? The Charvakas gives arguments in 3 ways. Our observation does not bring forth any instance of a disincarnate consciousness. For the manifestation of life and consciousness, corporeal body is an inalienable factor. Second point is, the body is the substratum of consciousness can be seen in the undoubted fact of the arising of sensation and perception only insofar as they are conditioned by bodily mechanism. Third observation is, the medicinal science, by prescribing the certain foods and drinks, such as Brahmi Grita, have the properties conducive to the development of intellectual powers, affords another proof and evidence for the relation of consciousness with body and the material ingredients, that is food. Consciousness is the result of an emergent and dialectical evolution. It is an epiphenomenon of matter. It is a byproduct of matter. Wherever there is body, there is also consciousness. And wherever there is absence of body, there is also the absence of consciousness. They give this Anvaya Vyatirek Nyaya. Man is nothing but body qualified by consciousness. Consciousness is created or brought into existence. It has an origin and an end. It is not eternal. The Sankhya and Advaita Vedanta, differing in their own ideas, do not see consciousness as a product which is arising due to the constituted parts of inert matter. They view consciousness as eternal, without a beginning or an end. Being subtle of the subtlest, it cannot originate from matter. Next, Briefly, I have just mentioned each school's theory of consciousness. Next view is Nyaya view of consciousness. Their thesis is, with their serious preoccupation with the problem of epistemology, the Nyaya argued that the material body is indispensable for consciousness. It means consciousness requires embodiment. Yet, they could not outgrow the age-old superstition about the self and its liberation. According to Nyaya, consciousness is an attribute, or we can say quality, guna of the self. Consciousness cannot be a substance nor a manifestation of a substance. They say consciousness is not an essential quality of the self. One evidence for the claim that the self can exist without consciousness is the experience of deep sleep state or coma state. Similar state. In deep sleep, the self exists, yet it is not knowing, nor desiring, nor willing. Another argument that the self is a substance which can exist without consciousness is based on the conviction that the self can be liberated. The liberated self is devoid of consciousness. The self alone is capable of having consciousness when the appropriate causal conditions are present. That is, when the self comes in contact with the mind, manas, the mind comes in contact with the senses, and the senses with external objects. In this regard, a series of questions may arise. How does consciousness in the sense originate? What are the conditions to be fulfilled so that a self, in spite of being intrinsically unconscious, can acquire the accidental attribute called consciousness? The first and foremost is of the conjunction of the self with the body. Then, because the body is endowed with sense organs, and no self can acquire consciousness without being conjoined with the objects through the agency of the sense organs. A pure or objectless consciousness is inconceivable for the Nyaya philosophy. We may schematically put this Nyaya view of consciousness by taking the plus sign, that is for conjunction. The self plus body plus internal sense, manas, plus external sense, plus external sense, internal sense, all of them together implies consciousness. Self, body, internal sense, external objects, all together conjoined implies consciousness. Now, I'll read out the Sankhya view of consciousness. According to the Sankhya system, there are two fundamental realities, namely Purusha, consciousness, and Prakriti, matter. Prakriti is the objective background of all experiences. It is the material possibility of all things, the potentiality of all modifications, the nominal aspect of consciousness. The dynamic of Prakriti are governed by the interactions of the three gunas, Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas, which are the three basic types of constituents of physical substance. The three gunas are Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas, which correspond roughly with the transparency and buoyancy, energy and activity, and the inertia and obstruction. I'm not going details because I want to come to the Purusha. The Purusha, on the other hand, is pure consciousness, Nitya, Suddha, Buddha. It has no qualities to characterize it. The Purusha is the essential self, conveying the same sense as the Atman as used in the Upanishads. It is consciousness as such, a transcendental principle that makes each and every awareness possible. In conjunction with Prakriti, it, Purusha, enables us to experience unity, coherence, continuity, selfhood, and awareness of the world of objects and thoughts. According to Sankhya, there is separate Purusha in each person. Purusha is not an object of perception. It can only be inferred and intuitively realized. It is ever illuminating, Sada Prakasha Swarupa. It has no activity, no form, Nirakara, and no attachment. It stands alone. It is the absolute, unconditioned self. It is the subjectivity behind all objectivity, the unrelated, unqualified, unchanging consciousness. The mind is preponderantly sattvic, and because of that, the mind has the possibility of reflecting consciousness. Buddhi, as aspect of the mind, is always translucent and becomes transparent in association with Purusha. It is only the sattvic characteristic of Buddhi which allows human thoughts and experiences to absorb consciousness. Yeah. Then I think here a little bit I want to maintain the comparison between Nyaya and Sankhya. Nyaya regards the self as an agent, the doer, and the originator of Nyaya regards the self as the agent, the doer, and the originator of all the voluntary activities in which the body enveloping the self is evolved. There is simply no functioning of consciousness without body. According to Sankhya, however, the Purusha is sentient but inactive, and it is Prakriti, the material matrix of the whole universe, which is active and is agent of all actions. What therefore belongs to Prakriti is wrongly imputed to Purusha. In this way, the three Lokayata, Charvaka, Sankhya and Nyaya schools not only accept the reality of the material world or matter, but work moreover for an essentially materialist interpretation of its constitution, basing up on the respective theories of the nature of matter, namely the bhutas, physical element, according to Charvaka, pradhana, primeval matter, and paramanus, atoms. According to Charvakas, consciousness is secondary to matter. In the case of Nyaya system, though matter in the form of the atoms is eternal and immutable, consciousness is essentially a transient phenomenon, somehow or other temporarily produced by the peculiar collocation of a number of intrinsically unconscious jada entities, most of which are material. How the essentially unconscious entities can produce consciousness is something not discussed in this system. But their philosophical position demands that it has to be so. Among the modern scholars, Professor Hiriana is the only one who boldly draw our attention to the fact that the Nyaya view of the origin of consciousness from things essentially unconscious is basically the same as that of the plain-speaking materialist. As he puts it, the position is scarcely distinguishable from that of the Charvakas. This way, I have given a little bit of comparison. Now, in the last, I am coming to Advaita Vedanta thesis on consciousness. According to Advaita Vedanta, the self alone is consciousness. The self is consciousness. We use many words synonymously for consciousness: self, chit, atman, brahman, pure consciousness. Even the Mandukya Upanishad use the word turiya for consciousness. According to Advaita Vedanta, consciousness is not a characteristic of mind or antakarana, but self-manifesting, non-intentional principle of awareness. They hold that self-luminosity is the defining principle of consciousness. That is, consciousness is immediately experienced, even though it is not an object of knowledge. It is called the subject, capital S subject, not in the sense of knower or cognizer, that is Gyata or Pramata, but in the sense that it is the ultimate revealing principle, the transcendental a priori, which itself is not revealed by anything else. It is often described in the Advaita literature as Prakasha Eka Rasa. Rasa is essence, meaning that which has only one essence, one rasa that is manifesting. Therefore, consciousness is described as the light of lights, Jyotisham Jyotihi, as the ultimate presupposition of all knowledge. Advaita Vedanta maintains that consciousness is one, non-dual, and is unnegatable, non-abandonable, and non-sublatable principle of awareness. The negation of objects can well be construed, but the negation of the thinker is not possible. For the one who negates has to be present in every act of negation. The negation of the consciousness cannot be even hypothetically posited, because every act of negation presupposes consciousness. It stands as an irrefutable principle. One can speak of one's experience only if one is conscious of it. One does not possess consciousness as an adjective, but one that principle itself. It is not an object, nor an entity, nor an idea of concept, but rather the ever-present substratum which allows for sentience, intelligence, vitality, and experience. It ever remains unaffected and unattached by the phenomenal universe. Consciousness is not in contact with objects, nor is it in contact with the appearance of objects. The self is knowledge. The self, Advaita Vedanta proclaims, the self is knowledge itself. The self, the knower of self, and the knowledge of self are all one and the same. Knowing or realizing the self is like perceiving consciousness in consciousness. And this Advaitic view of consciousness and the Shankara's criticism of all schools in establish his own view of consciousness, I can say it's, in my view, in the contemporary world, torn apart by caste, creed, gender, and religious differences, an understanding of the Advaitic nature of consciousness stands as a statement of hope, as an injunction to live a just and virtuous life, to pursue higher knowledge, and to transcend the delusion of both the other and suffering. Thank you and namaste.
Thank you, Dr. Sujata Raju, for your presentation entitled The Study of Consciousness, Indian Perspective, which I suppose has been structured in the descriptive comparative method. You brought in 4 models. The Charabak model, according to which body is the substrate of consciousness.
Yes.
The second one is Nayak model, according to which the material body is
consciousness is the quality of the self.
Quality, not an essential quality of self. It's an adventitious quality
of self. Yeah.
Adventitious quality of self. Then Sankhya view is that Purusha is Nitya, Suddha and Mukta. It is consciousness as such. And the Advaitic view is that self alone is consciousness, and it is self-luminous. It reveals itself, it manifests itself. Then at last, you said just you put the comparative view into a sentence by saying that the Advaita view is salubrious, it is acceptable. But standing on the Advaita view, you could have put these 3 views under your critique, the Charabaka and Nayak and Sankhya. That you have not done, perhaps due to lack of, or you have done due to lack of time, you did not present it.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Let us see what are the questions in
my
the chat box.
Extended paper, I'll put everything.
There are no questions in the chat box, so I put the paper.
Why not we take 1 minute for a question?
Sure, why not? Professor Godavari Mishra will pick up.
Yes,
you
sir.
told
Please.
that consciousness has nothing to do with mind in Advaita.
Clear, please.
You
Please
said
repeat.
that consciousness is not related to the mind in Advaita.
I did not say it's not related. It's not the mind. It's not antakarana. It is not intellect. It like
Antakarana. It is not related to antakarana, right?
She said that.
You said that, right?
I didn't say consciousness is antakarana. Consciousness is self.
No. What is the relation between consciousness and mind?
When the mind becomes no mind, the spiritual mind, then that would be the consciousness. But when you say the empirical mind, mana, buddhi, chitta, ahankara, that is not consciousness.
Is mind 2 types? One is empirical mind, another is spiritual mind.
Yes, when the mind becomes Amani Bhava, Gaudapada says, Godavari sir, you know very well.
No. What is Amani Bhava? What is Amani Bhava?
When the mind
is consciousness known? Is
the
consciousness known or not known?
Consciousness is directly perceivable, sir. It's an experiential truth. It has to be
experiential truth.
Yes. You have to
when mind is there, how can experience be there without mind?
Which kind of experience?
Mind is required, sir, to experience for any small thing.
But a different kind of experience is aparokya, anubhuti.
Like, is that an experience?
Yes.
It is an aparokya anubhuti.
Not an experience.
Not ordinary perception.
Sir,
what type of experience it is?
Sujata?
How is consciousness known?
Consciousness is known.
No, there is one line, like I am just asking. Shankara says, Nayam ekantena abhisaya. This is not totally without a content in Brahma Sutra Bhashya. And Professor Mahanti has written a beautiful article on that. Just read that, beautiful. there is one something called Phalavyapya and Vrittivyapya.
Vrittivyapya, yes.
The mind is consciousness is Vrittivyapya. The mind becomes Akhandakara Vritti, in which the consciousness gets reflected. What Professor is telling, that Aparoksha Anubhuti comes there in that stage. Thank you very much. Good presentation.
Thank
you,
sir.
Sujata. Thank you for your nice presentation, and thank you, Professor Godavari Mishra, for your nice interaction.
Sir Godavari sir, you please let me know that book, Mohanty sir's book.
An article.
An article.
Article name is Nayam Ekantena Abhisaya. This is the title of that article.
Okay, I'll do that.
But it is has been
Next, I
taken by
come to MaminaSahoo. MaminaSahoo will speak on Swami Vivekananda's practical Vedanta. MaminaSahoo is assistant professor in SA Mmahavidyalaya Balipatna. Swami is Sishu Ananta Mmahavidyalaya Balipatna. Mamina.
Aଜ୍ଞା ସାର୍ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ମୋର ନମସ୍କାର. Esteemed chairperson of this session, respected all my teachers, myself MaminaSahoo. I'm going to present a paper regarding the concept of practical Vedanta of Swami Vivekananda. As we know that Vivekananda was a monk, spiritual teacher, and a great philosopher in modern time. He was a pioneer who introduced Indian philosophy of Vedanta and Yoga in the Western world. He was very much inspired by Ramakrishna in such a way the theory Brahma alone is real, true all else is false. I am Brahman. He said that reality is the one absolute Brahman. He gives importance on monistic character of reality. He accepts that Brahma as beyond of space, time and causation. He believed that every soul is divine. Everyone has a form of divinity within themselves. He recognized the energy of individual human as a form of divinity and built a positive thought in each human mind. He gave more stress on that, how to apply our monistic thought in our day-to-day life. He encouraged the practice of Advaita Vedanta in people's daily life which link with society. He applied philosophy of Advaita Vedanta to build humanity and spirituality. I give some basic ideas about concept of Vedanta. Vedanta or Uttara Mimamsa is one of the 6 schools of Indian philosophy. Vedanta means end of the Vedas, reflecting ideas that derived from speculation and philosophy contained in Upanishad. According to Advaita Vedanta philosophy, Brahma is the ultimate reality and the essence of all things. Brahma is the only reality and this world is the illusory appearance. The individual soul is none different from Brahma. Upanishad or Vedanta presents religious as a concept of anubhava, experience or realization. The Vedanta philosophy has been evolved from the Upanishad which happened at the end of Vedas. Vivekananda opinioned that Vedanta never teaches anything impossible. One important sentence which is also known as Mahavakya in Upanishad is Tattvamasi or thou art that, which means soul and infinite soul. The human soul is impure and omniscient. Vivekananda said that the Vedanta teaches men to have faith in themselves first. The main principle of Vedanta philosophy is that a man who does not believe in himself is an atheist. Vivekananda was very inspired by strongly belief in Advaita or monism. He had a firm faith in unity of Godhood and the deeper unity of all religions. Every religion has its rituals, mythology and fundamental principles. The eternal truth among religions is common on the spiritual line. He believed that spirituality is the vital strength of the nation. India will lose its identity without spiritual practice. Spirituality gives freedom from all fascination and misery. Acceptance and assimilation or plurality is the core motor of nationalism. In the light of Vedantic philosophy, he said, if one religion is true, then all other must be true. Unity among religions was the main essence of Vedanta for Indian nationalism. A nation can be formed with the driving nature of the society. In a principle of Vedanta, human nature is divine. Freedom of mind is necessary for the growth of the national spirit. Indians should be proud of their nation and declare that all Indians are brothers. In the light of practical Vedanta philosophy, there are some important component of nationalism. Despite all diversity, oneness is the core of Indian people. No caste conflict. If there are caste conflict, we cannot build a proper strong nationalism society. Strong.
Mamina, you are out. Mamina. Hello.
Hello. Mamina nahi left hela bodhe.
She is
Sir,
here, but her voice is not coming.
sir, sorry से मैंने discontinue मझिरे मझिरे एमती ହେଇଗଲା automatically.
Please continue and complete
आज्ञा
within
आज्ञा
3-4 minutes.
आज्ञा.
Complete 3-4 minutes only.
Okay. Vivekananda advocated the monism of the Upanishad as systematized by Badrayana and Sankara. Ever conceived blissful reality was to him the supreme extent and eternal reality and could be realized as a result of philosophic thinking and living. The world, according to the view of Sankara, is the Vivarta of Brahma, but Vivekananda did not wholly deny the reality of the cosmos, although he was bound to do so philosophically. He was inspired by his great teacher who believed in the motherhood, the governing principle of this universe. He gave a pragmatic view of religion. Strength is religion. The essence of my religion is strength. Strength is the greater than any religion, and nothing is greater than strength. So the strength of the nation can be developed with the growth of self-confidence and self-reliance. Spiritual strength can be uniting factor among Indians for the freedom struggle. Awareness of spiritual unity among the Indian people by Vivekananda can be mentioned in brief. The strength of the nation is spiritual unity. Each nation represents one aim in life: sacrifice, love, and unity in nation. The nation must hold to national status and institution. Come to conclusion. I have not read all the Vivekananda gave the Indian masses a proper understanding of their great spiritual heritage to perform selfless action for the motherland. He pointed out to Indians to draw back of Western culture and need for the Indians to overcome their drawbacks. In the way, Vivekananda devoted himself to make India a nation with a global mission with spiritual strength, sense of unity, pride in the past, sense of mission. These novel ideas of Swamiji created revolutionary awareness among youth and common people to sacrifice their lives for Mother India. Each practical Vedanta makes a person with divine power within himself for the highest development of life. Development in an individual means development for the country. His practical Vedanta emphasized to help every person in all situations of life attain strength and fulfillment. Swami Vivekananda has given to realize divine force within every single person to the highest development. If we can believe that all divine power within us, there is no sense of any discrimination arising in core of our each individual soul. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mamina, for your presentation. And we would expect that you will develop it to a full-fledged paper as Maji sir was explaining and submit it for publication. But now please answer one question. Answer one question which has been put in the chat box. What was the practical and real in India according to Swami Vivekananda? what was the practical and real in India according to Swami Vivekananda?
According to Swami Vivekananda, every soul is divinely, potentially self-sufficient. We have diversity within among us. So diversity makes a man different, you and me, I and you. So that diversity can be vanished through one nation of one thinking. Oneness can be developed only through your monistic ideology, which is one in divine soul. Your soul, you feel Atma is Brahma. Brahma became everyone's Atman. There is a divine potentially power of Brahma. That is the practical thinking, I think.
It is there. It is out there, available for everybody, or it has to be developed out of everybody.
They inherently there, but due to lack of knowledge or ignorance, we misguided through our materialistic happiness and materialistic world.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. We now go to Dr. Meenakshi Sethi, who is an associate professor at Kamala Nehru College, University of Delhi. She would give a glimpse of influence of Sri Chaitanya Bhakti in Odisha. Dr. Sethi.
Thank you, sir. My sincere respect to my teachers who taught me in the classroom, as well as I learned so many things, things I can say here, from here and there. And I am very much obliged to the office bearers of AOPA for giving this opportunity to present my compilation and recollection of my past experiences, as well as the few things I collected and I researched when I was doing my PhD. And here my topic of the presentation is influence of Sri Chaitanya's Bhakti in Odisha. A glimpse, I can say, and how much influential, how much impactful of Sri Chaitanya Bhakti in Odia's mind, that I want to reflect here. I collected few historical points, few historical incidents here. From since my childhood days till today also, we saw a special kind of celebration where there was no barrier of any caste, any religion, any creed. People get together and they celebrate a different kind of special kind of thing, where special kind of devotion towards their Almighty, which is called as Nama Sankirtana. And that kind of celebration, Nama Sankirtana, was introduced by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. If I say who and what is the history of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his Nama Sankirtana, that was borrowed from Vaishnava Dharma, Vaishnava religion, we can say. Then if I go through the history, then we go to know about the historical and religious person, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who is mostly famous for Vaishnava Dharma. Behind this special kind, or we can say as unique way of devotion to reach our Almighty, Sri Chaitanya was a pioneer of Vaishnavism. He started a new phase of Lord Krishna worship in the form of Nama Sankirtana, that is the recitation or singing with devotion the name and glory of the respective deity. The utterance of Krishna Nama Sankirtana was the real footprints for salvation, according to Sri Chaitanya. And he thought that this could bring certain religious changes in the medieval societies. Ultimately, what led a popular movement at that time. And we got to know how much influential Vaishnava religion no one can deny. If we are talking about in the case of particularly in Odisha, history says Sri Chaitanya's grandfather had migrated from Odisha to Sylhet at present Bangladesh about 1451, and his father from Sylhet to Navadvipa. Then the people of Odisha pay their devotion to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, thinking always that he hailed from Odisha. His father was a Brahman of religious disposition, He was a Vaishnava of devout faith and pious life. It is also remarked that the mother of Sri Chaitanya was also a daughter of a well-known scholar. Because of this, Sri Chaitanya, since his childhood, began his life as a privileged child. And he has inherited the peculiar social advantages of Brahmanhood, as well as blessed far more by birth in a home whose mindsets were formed by traditions of scholarship and religious piety. And if we are looking to the history of both Vaishnavism as well as the history of Sri Chaitanya, Vaishnavism became a state religion of Odisha from the time of Chodaganga Deva of Ganga dynasty also. And under the influence of Ramanus, he adopts Vaishnava Dharma. And for the result, he constructed the temples of Lord Jagannath and Lakshmi at Puri. It is also mentioned that for that time onwards, Vishnu Lakshmi cult gained popularity in Odisha. It clearly shows that under the great impact of Vaishnavism, Lord Jagannath placed a high position in Odia's mind. It was there in the history. I referred Prabhat Mukherjee's history of medieval religion of Odisha. These things was mentioned there. From the historical interpretation, it is revealed that during the medieval period, what the legend says, the king Purushottam Deva performs the function of a Chandal. It is not that the function of sweeping the chariot was previously assigned to a Chandal, but the king became so liberal so as to take over that function. The point here is that the idea behind this legend is there is no social station is higher or lower, is to be appreciated. And these things were developed after Nama Sankirtana, or we can say after the impact of Vaishnavism. And during the car festival, by sweeping the Danes' chariots, is the symbol of love and devotion to the Supreme God. Simultaneously, Sri Chaitanya's philosophy has been observed in Sri Jagannathism in the sense of bhakti or devotion also. If we see another story of King Prataprudra Deva of Suryavanshi dynasty of Odisha, who was a great devotee of Sri Chaitanya too. He was religious minded, which is one of the reasons of Sri Chaitanya to stay for a long time at Puri. And another reason for his staying there is that though his ancestor lived at Jajpur of Odisha, which is found in the writings of Jayananda's Chaitanya Mangal, he wanted to settle there on sentimental ground too. It was by the arrangements of Ramananda Roy and Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya that the king Prataprudra Deva was able to serve Sri Chaitanya. Such development of Vaishnavism in Odisha is evident from the insurrection of the said dynasty. The people of Odisha have taken him for granted that Sri Chaitanya had divinity like Lord Jagannath. It is also mentioned in the Chaitanya Chandrodaya Nataka of Kavi Karnapura that Sri Chaitanya is Nara Brahma, human embodiment of Brahma, and Lord Jagannath is Daru Brahma, which is wooden embodiment of Brahma. The aim of Sri Chaitanya's bhakti was to create social cohesion, not social revolution. Not only in Odisha, this concept spread all over the world. It is a mistake to think of Sri Chaitanya as in any sense the originator of Vaishnavism in Bengal only. It has a great impact on the people of Odisha. It is necessary to attempt a very brief sketch of the development of Vaishnavism since it shares the Krishna cult and the fundamental theology of that cult with other sects of Vaishnavism. It is well to trace the rise of these ideas as a whole. The worshipper of Vishnu can claim a long tradition for this. God is found in the Vedas very, very early in this Vishnu cult. The image worship of the temples as opposed to the worship of sacrifice of the Vedic tradition. The distinctive feature of this widespread cult was the rise of bhakti as the heart of worship and emotional service of love and devotion to God. The figures of Rama and Krishna only arise as incarnations of Vishnu and become supreme objects of devotion, leading to the varied developments of the sects. Parallel with this development, there arose the great Hindu philosophers, the Vedanta, the Sankhya, the Yoga, all having great influence. About the beginning of the Christian era, a notable point in the history is reached with the attempt on the part of some keen mind to combine these philosophies and appreciate them for the exaltation of Lord Krishna worship. Sri Chaitanya apparently never tried to establish a new stamp of his individuality. He developed on the lines of his personal spiritual experience. It proved to be its greatest and most powerful asset, which is Vaishnavism, which is otherwise known as Chaitanyaism, is a mixture of emotionalism and spiritualism too. At the time of Sri Chaitanya, though religion was reduced to a mere form and there was no faith in men, and the time was ripe for a reformer and savior, Sri Chaitanya's appearance and consequent behavior acted as the right doses of cleaning medicine. Sri Chaitanya's transcendental mission is to distribute love of Godhead to everyone. This type of devotional service is possible only for Lord Krishna himself. Swarup Damodara Goswami has described, who was one of the disciple of Sri Chaitanya. He described Sri Chaitanya as a combination of Radha Krishna. He is the shelter of the demigods, the goal of the Upanishads, be all and end all of the great sages, the beautiful shelter of his devotees, like so on. The activities of Sri Chaitanya's philosophy of Radha Krishna are vehemently described in the writings of Prabhat Mukherjee. Already I mentioned it. It is accurate to write of Sri Chaitanya in terms of social reform and to credit him with a revolutionary social vision. It seems perfectly clear that he was not concerned with the reform of Hindu society only. His sole interest was religion. It is only as his religious experience that engendered by him among others came into conflict with the Hindu social system that he can be called a social reformer. His social reform was only a byproduct of his bhakti. History says Sri Chaitanya alone is solely responsible for introducing Radha concept to a much esteemed position, although other Vaishnava thinkers like Madhava, Nimbarka, etc., only Lord Krishna in front of the society. So it can be said that Sri Chaitanya not only an originator of Vaishnavism but also started a new Vaishnavite movement by rendering a new interpretation to the faith. The doctrine of bhakti and adoration to Radha Krishna cult shaped a new style to tackle the common mass. Sri Chaitanya's new Vaishnavite movement was reincarnated him as Sri Krishna Chaitanya by the society. Because of his intense emotional influence, he easily touched the heart of the people of all castes and creeds of the society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minaki, for your glimpse into Chaitanya's bhakti in Odisha.
Yes, sir.
You said that his bhakti is primary.
Yes.
And social reforms are only byproducts.
Yes.
So they are secondary.
Yes.
And you just said that Radha Krishnaism gave a handle to tackle the common man. What is that? It is difficult to understand, but it is alleged that Sri Chaitanya and his movement damaged the administrative machinery of the state of Odisha. What would be your response?
Sir, I am not getting what you actually want to listen from me. In what way Chaitanya's bhakti movement destroys the administrative aspect?
The king became a ardent devotee of Sri Chaitanya
Yes,
and
yes.
engaged in spiritual discussions and chanting kirtanas. So administration was damaged. It went hayway.
Sir, he never mentioned to do these kind of activities all through the days, all through the years, like this. The Chaitanya's only mission is to, this is the shortest way we can say, or this is the way to reach
To do
to
what?
our
To do what?
Almighty. Yes, sir.
To do what?
Through this kind of devotion, that does not mean you don't do anything without doing any action. You do only bhajanas and kirtanas like this. He never.
Chaitanya's movement must have achieved something. What is that achievement?
Yes.
What is that achievement?
In the history, we found that when Chaitanya came to the scene, the society was that time period was called as the dark history, especially in the called as the dark period of West Bengal, because at that time there are so many religions came into. Like Hinduism, Buddhism, Tantricism, and where people were very much confused, and they are living in a very much uncertainty. So Sri Chaitanya applied a new way to settle the society in a calm, where all the caste, all the creeds, there was no any barrier to sit together. I think that was the main intention, main motive of Sri Chaitanya to spread this kind of special movement.
There are two questions in the chat box. Is it true? Is it true that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu defeated Advaita Vedanta? That is one question.
That's a good question. Yeah, would like to listen from you, Minaj. Neither Chaitanya Mahaprabhu defeated Advaita Vedanta.
Advaita Vedanta, Shankaracharya never said bhakti is not a means to get, though he has highlighted Jnana Marga, but he never mentioned, it was not mentioned anywhere that bhakti is not a means. Though Chaitanya highlighted bhakti is the shortest, or that is the primary means to reach that level. But in another,
it is a good answer, Minachi.
yes.
Like, I would just one word I would like to add, Professor Ganesh Das, with your permission, that the Chaitanya was an out and out Advaita, because Panchasakha were his followers, and Panchasakha did philosophy of Advaita essentially. And therefore we have to have two types of Chaitanya. One is Gaudiya Chaitanya, another is Utkal Chaitanya. Meenakshi is absolutely correct in saying that Chaitanya is not against Advaita of Shankara. Thank you, Meenakshi.
No, that is all right. That is all right. But Shankaracharya did a great deal to bring up one united India. But this barefooted Advaitin, what did he do?
Professor Choi, you know what he was doing? He was a great social reformer. He wanted the human rights when in Bengal, the Nizam or Nawab, whatever he is, he promulgated a law that more than 5 people can be could get together. Chaitanya took procession on the street with hundreds of people. He was the predecessor of Gandhi in propagating the concept of non-violent movement in Nadia that spread it to Orissa. So we cannot say that Chaitanya is responsible for the king's inaction and maladministration, and that is also not properly recorded. So that part is a little
Another question is there. Minaki, what is the difference between emotionality and spirituality? What is the function of emotions in spirituality?
difference between emotionality and spirituality. Emotionality, self-surrender to our Almighty, or self-surrender towards others. That may be there in the case of towards the others. That may be there as that we can say as in the coming under the purview of emotionality. But when we are talking about spirituality, so in that case we can concentrate our mind towards the we can say as infinity, or we can say as
Meenakshi, you should say
yeah, sir.
emotion is a part of spiritual development. As it is presented in Bhagavata with the with the gopikas and all that, it is all emotion, and that is one of the major ingredients of bhakti, which leads to prapatti and jnana. So emotion is not very it should not be divorced from spiritual earning and spiritual development.
Godavar sir,
Yeah.
it is not just animal emotion. It is rational emotion. You mean? It is not wild emotion. It is rational emotion.
Yeah, exactly true. Very correction is well taken. Like it is not an emotion as any other emotion would be that a man kills another person just because he does not reciprocate him for love. Not that type of emotion. It is an emotion for the higher spiritual attainment, that is why I am telling Bhagavad emotion. The Gopikas, yeah, emotion for Krishna.
So thank you, Minaki, for your presentation and taking on the questions in the right spirit. And I thank Professor Godavari Mishra also for interacting with Minaki.
Thank you, Godavari sir, and thank you, Ganesh sir.
Thank you. Now it is time for Charulata Das, Srimati Charulata Das, lecturer in philosophy, UN Autonomous College of Science and Technology, Adaspur, Cuttack, to have her presentation on philosophical foundations of Param Purusartha. Charulata.
Sir, namaste ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ପ୍ରଣାମ esteemed Professor sir, Sorol sir, Ganesh sir, and my regards to all sirs and madams present here. And first of all, I would like to convey my gratitude to organizer of AOPA for giving this type of opportunity to me. My paper is philosophical foundation of a Parama Purusartha. So now I am starting. Moksha has been treated as the Parama Purusartha, or the supreme value being placed at the top of the scheme of values recommended for the mankind. Despite this concept of moksha appears to be maintained as having both metaphysical as well as ethical significance, many scholars have raised issues regarding the justification of its supremacy. The major point raised against the concept is that since the state of moksha is connected with the future life and birth, it has got nothing to contribute for this life and life around. Rather, it is considered as a mythical and life-negating concept. In this paper, my intention is to expose the metaphysical and ethical foundation of this concept of moksha is in different systems of Indian traditions, and also evaluate the life-negating aspect of the Parama Purusartha. Now, if we put a look on the various systems of Indian philosophy, it is seen that the Charvakas and the Ajivakas, who are materialists, do not believe in any idea of liberation. They maintain that there is nothing which can be considered immortal. According to them, death is the end of life, and liberation means death. There is no rebirth or the continuity of the soul. Soul is consciousness of the body, except the Charvaks and Ajivakas. We find that all the other systems, whether heterodox or orthodox, aimed at same kind of a higher state named differently as moksha, apavarga, kaivalya, nirvana, mukti, vaikuntha prapti, etc. It is quite interesting to note that even though all the systems have conceived of a higher state to be goal of human life, there are some major issues on which they also differ. In order to reach at the answer to the questions mentioned in the last part of the previous paragraph, we have to put a glance on the common points of agreement and disagreement among them. So far as the common points of agreement are concerned, is seen that they more or less admit. Number 1 point, the present life is the life to be considered in the state of bondage. Number 2, after death, another life will follow if the bondage of this life will not remove. Number 3, the cause of bondage is ignorance or lack of proper knowledge. Number 4, attainment of the right knowledge is the means for the attainment of salvation. Number 5, attainment of the salvation is the end of birth rebirth process. Among the points of differences, one of the major points of difference is that whether such state of liberation can be achieved prior to death or after the death. Buddhist, Jainist, Sankhyaist, and Shankarites hold that liberative knowledge can be attained during this mortal state, and the life may continue for further some period in the liberated form. But Nayakas, Vaisesikas, Mimamsakas, and Ramanujites have strongly differed from this stand, and they claim that liberation can be possible only after the death. Whether the concept of liberation is connected with this life or not appears to have much bearing in order to arrive at an answer to the questions. Is liberation connected to the present life? In this context, it is important to know the philosophical foundation followed by them behind their different views. The Buddhist concept of liberation is known as nirvana. Buddhism holds the view that there is a series of birth and rebirth. For them, death is not end of life. Rather, death is beginning of another life. The birth and rebirth series is there because of the ignorance. The life is considered as the product of our continued ignorance. They hold that desire is the main cause of sorrows and sufferings. Our life is full of desires. When the desires can be suspended, one can attain the nirvana. So, the presence of desire is ignorance, and absence of desires leads to the right knowledge. In knowledge of Pratitya Samupada is the right knowledge. Without this right knowledge, the individual being is in bondage and ignorance. The right knowledge can dispel the ignorance and can bring an end to birth rebirth series. This will lead to the state of liberation or nirvana. Nirvana is understood as the state of blowing out. It means the extinction of all kinds of misery. A liberated being is completely free from all kinds of bondage and attachment. He is free from desires and passions. This is known as the Bodhisattva. A Bodhisattva is supposed to live the rest of life engaging himself in offering service to the mankind. He has to take initiative to remove the ignorance of others. In this Buddhist scheme of ethical foundation is also quite clear along with the metaphysical foundation. In the explanation of a process of liberation, their metaphysical and stand is seen to be very much appropriate and foundational. For this purpose, behind their aspiring for liberation is no doubt ethical. So it is clear that in the Buddhist frame, liberation is found both metaphysical and ethical grounds. In the Jaina systems, though, they have not made explicit regarding the two stages of liberation, but they have accepted the possibility of attainment of mukti. In the early state, it is quite evident from their explanation of the state of attainment of mukti. For them, when the jiva is free from obstacles by the attainment of infinite knowledge, infinite power, infinite bliss, the mukti is attained. When the jiva becomes free from the all kinds of bondage, the jiva attains the fourfold perfection named Ananta Chatustaya, namely infinite knowledge, infinite faith, infinite power, and infinite bliss. The end of attainment of mukti is a state of absolute omniscience, kevala jnana. The state of mukti is the state when the soul is in pure happiness. The jinahood is to attain by the Tirthankara, who are for them the liberated beings and have a full control over their passions. This is the ethical ground. The emphasis on right knowledge and right character is quite conspicuous or remarkable in the Jaina tradition. It is quite obvious that in their frame or scheme, this concept of mukti is rooted in both metaphysical and ethical foundations. Liberation in the mortal form has been clearly accepted in the Sankhya systems. For them, Purusha is not bound, and so there is no need of liberation. The being having bodily existence because of a wrong identification of Purusha with the evolutes of Prakriti has to make himself free from the noose of karmic bondage. The liberated being, though embodied, but he is free from the association of the new karmas. And it is knowledge only that makes the path clear for the attainment of Kaivalya or Apavarga. Shankara has made his stand most clear by mentioning the two stages of liberation as Jivan Mukti and Videha Mukti. According to Shankara, liberation stands for the removal of ignorance, and ignorance or avidya is the sole cause of bounded life. Under the influence of avidya or maya, the world is considered as real. The knowledge of duality or multiplicity is due to the influence of maya. The removal of the influence of maya is the state of liberation. Shankara has repeatedly asserted that the absolute can be realized through knowledge and knowledge alone. Shankara admits two stages in respect of the liberated soul. When the knowledge is achieved in the early state, it is known as Jivan Mukti. After the death of a being, this state is called Videha Mukti. It is considered that life continues after the Jivan Mukti state because of inertia of the past life. Here, the liberated sage helps others to show the path for liberation. He does not possess any kind of desire for himself. Life performs action without being attached to it. Thus, Shankara holds a very positive stand in this respect, that the world is in need of a number of liberated beings in order to serve for the mankind and show the path of liberation to as many as possible. Mukti is not only for the self but also others. So again, it can be asserted that in this scheme there is both ethical and metaphysical sanction in respect of the concept of liberation. it is seen that mukti in mortal state is denied by Vaisheshikas, Nayakas, Mimamsakas, and Ramanujas. Classical Mimamsas have treated attainment of mukti is as good as attainment of the heaven. The concept of apurva is the key concept in this regard. In the sense, it is controls everything, allotting karma phala for the karmas. Similarly, in a Nyaya system, the concept of adrushta happens to be the pivotal concept. The tacit acceptance of unseen power in the theistic pattern happen to be important factor in these systems. Ramanuja has classified souls into three types. Out of these, the major category is the bound souls or the baddha souls, which are found to be associated with body senses. The reason of bondage is their karmas and ignorance. Like the other systems, they believe that due to karmas, the soul is associated with the body, but they differ from all other systems in respect of the means for the attainment liberation. The state of liberation is called Vaikuntha Prapti, which is possible through deep devotion to Lord being associated with his knowledge. Thus, for Ramanujas, both action and bondage, Jnana Karma Samuchaya, are necessary for liberation. Liberation is possible through highest devotion to Lord, that is through self-surrender. Upasana, Dhyana, and Nididhyasana are also methods of devotion and a mark of surrendering the self. According to Ramanuja, it is the pure jnana, which is the direct cause of liberation. The pure jnana is the direct intuitive knowledge of the God. This is possible only when there is utter destruction of all karmas, and when divine grace is available, God's knowledge is possible through God's death. The state of Jivanmukti is not admitted by Ramanuja because as long as soul is attached with the body and karmas have to persist. The utter destruction of karmas is possible when the soul is detached from the body. So Ramanuja does not admit any living being to be a liberated being. He says that a removal of karmas and immediate intuitive knowledge of God takes place simultaneously, not successively. According to Ramanuja, a liberated soul proceeds to Vaikuntha, Vaikuntha, the abode of Lord, to offer service to Lord. He considered that a liberated soul is not identical with the Brahman, it is only similar to Brahman. The liberated soul can share the body of the Lord, but it can share. Yes, sir.
Charu, conclude, please.
My conclusion is the acceptance of mortal mukti or Parama Purusattva, that I would like to submit that concept of liberation as such is not obscure or mystical and individualistic. It is not life negative. It aims at a positive state of achievement. The theological approach and the speculative metaphysical angle of a vision of a system drag it towards obscurity and mysticality. The acceptance of mortal mukti, irrespective of acceptance of immortality of the soul, is not mystical. Rather, many examples of mortal muktas were very much there in our tradition. Who has dedicated their life for the cause of a human upliftment. So there is no problem in accepting moksha as to be Parama Purusattva when it is to be succeeded by the stage of mortal mukti. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Charu. Thank you for your comprehensive presentation on the concept of mukti as Param Purusartha. You considered several schools of thinking, Buddhist thinking, Jaina thinking, then Sankhya, then Ramanuja,
Yes,
Shankara and Ramanuja. you consider all these models of mukti, and almost in each case, excepting only Sankhya and Sankara, that in all cases the foundations are ethical and metaphysical.
Yes, sir.
So, but when you say that the Buddhist idea of moksha has a metaphysical basis, that becomes a little bit odd, because the Buddhist philosophy is anti-metaphysical in nature. Then you say that moksha is due to acquiring the right knowledge, because in case of bondage, it is the wrong knowledge which is the culprit.
Yes,
That
sir.
is it, as far as I understand it. So there are certain questions in the chat box. Please respond to those things. Number
sir.
one, can liberation be possible in this material life?
Yes, sir. So Shankara and others also hold that liberation is also possible in this life, because, for example, I can give the example of Buddha. He got the Bodhisattva. Bodhisattva is the supposed to live the rest of his life engaging himself in offering service to mankind. So, in this state, they live in a liberated form. So, it is possible in this life.
Achha. So, what is the way to achieve eternal liberation? Sachin asks.
Eternal liberation is totally self-surrender or self-realization, that is called Parama Purushartha or Moksha. That life is engaging himself in upliftment of the society.
There is another question. How does Buddhist philosopher justify rebirth? You say that rebirth is a cycle, and that cycle is due to ignorance. How does the Buddhist philosopher justify that there is a rebirth?
Sir, knowledge of Pratita Samadha is the right knowledge, and without the right knowledge, the individual being is in bondage and ignorance. So the right knowledge can dispel the ignorance and can bring the end of a birth and rebirth series.
Is there any question outside the chat box?
Hello, I guess sir, namaskar. Sir,
Namaskar.
So Amrita is speaking, sir.
Amrita, you have already put two questions in the chat box. I have already.
Sir, I have some confusion, sir. Sir, my question is regarding that. So this materialistic liberation is possible by the personally or the mass liberation? When massly possible or personally possible? This materialistic liberation.
What do you mean by that? Do you conceive of mass liberation as mass suicide?
No, Professor. It is a very important question she has asked. Like she is asking.
She has not put the correctly articulatedly. Later, articulate the question first.
Okay.
Sir, my question is that it is the personal liberation when the materialistic liberation is possible. She told that it is because of the mass liberation. But my question, it is a personally or it is the everyone has to be possible.
According to whose view? Buddhist view or Vedanta view?
Yes, sir. Buddhist, sir.
So, Charu?
Yes, sir.
Sir, if you are unable to understand, please take the help of Godavari sir.
Yeah, I see. Charulata, you should have little more, made it more tight. The question is very important. So what Amrita is asking, like whether is it possible, like can liberation possible in this materialistic life? Yes. Number one. Number two is collective liberation possible. That is the important ideal of Bodhisattva. Unless everybody is, see, it is Shantideva who is talking about Sarvamukti. And later Vedanta has taken the ideal of Sarvamukti also into consideration. The collective liberation, that is the motto, objective of a Bodhisattva. So that is a very good question, and a lot of work needs to be done in that direction. Nobody has thought about it. The Sarvamukti, like we always talk about Jivan for one person.
That is pertaining to social philosophy and social welfare, I think.
Exactly. And Professor Ganeshwar Mishra in one of the articles has written about this. That ethics, how you can, ethics is not there in Mukti alone. Mukti, it is in union through all the Purusarthas are liberation centric. That is a very important.
Mind liberation is for the society.
Yeah, and he
if
says,
I am liberated, I will make others liberated too.
Yeah, and he says that in Artha and Kama also there is a liberation. Liberation is enhanced through the things. It is not, that is that is a very important point Professor Ganeshwar Mishra has expressed in his, stated in his writings. Okay.
So we now pass on to.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Biswai secret of karma. Varsha Biswai secret of karma. Varsha Biswai is a student of Baluga Degree College, Baluga. Are you there, Varsha?
I guess, sir.
So, what is the secret which others do not know? Please reveal it within the next 7 to 8 minutes. 7 to 8 minutes.
Thank you, sir. So, namaskar. Good evening, all. Myself Varsha Biswai, who is a first year student Baluga College, Baluga. I'm here for express my feelings and ideas about the topic secret of karma. Before that, I would like to give my deep sense of gratitude to the executive members and all the co-participants for giving me this beautiful opportunity in All Orissa Philosophy Association 34th annual conference. Though I am a beginner in philosophy, I have no ideas about the basic theories and concepts of philosophy. Whenever some mistakes happen, please excuse me. Let's move towards the content. So the Sanskrit word karma means action. But karma is also the consequence of action. It is the force of nature that balances a cause with a corresponding effect. Kind actions and activities that benefit everyone generate good karma and accrue as karmic income, whereas unkind action and activities that are harmful to one and all. In general, other beings create bad karma that makes incur karmic debts. Generally, good things in life are due to accrued karmic income, whereas suffering are often the effect of karmic debts that one must pay. Karma simply means action. Action has got three forms. One is latent action, that which is going to become action. It is the desire to act itself is a karma, means the seed of action. Secondly, action itself, and third, impression of the action. Seed of action is the latent karma. Action is when this reseed has sprouted, became a tree, and the tree again became another seed, is the impression of action. Because impression of action, he is rise to more action. So karma simply means the strongest impression in the mind and the action that it has prepared, and the impression it is going to produce on the mind on the future. So this Hume, the whole universe is full of karma, means every cell of the body, every particle of the this universe is filled with action, means there is a dynamism virtually everywhere. So When we normally speak in the language of I want to get rid of karma, which simply means we want to get rid of the impression. We would like to have certain impressions. We don't want to let have. That is what is good karma and bad karma. The negative impressions are those which cause pain and suffering. The positive impressions are those which gives happiness and joy. So good karma means have lots of good impression in consciousness, because that only gives rise to the type of fruit in your life. Lot of bad karma means lot of negative impressions in the mind of consciousness. So here is the question is, how do one get rid of the negative impression? In my opinion, by relaxing, by meditating, by doing pranayam, breathing techniques, all this would help to erase the negative impression. Here is another question arise: what will it also erase the positive impressions? No, the positive impressions remain because it is in your very nature. When absolutely relaxed, one will have positive qualities. But what one will not have any absolutely relaxed when one stood in their self. The negative emotions will not negative. Impressions does not remain them right. But the attachment tune a positive impression is also have to be gotten rid of, because that also limits one. Need one eyes not just getting rid of negative emotions, it is also freeing oneself from the positive impression as well. When we attach ourselves to the positive emotions of positive impressions, then we limit our existence. First, to get rid of the negative, then put the positive. There is an example. We know alum. When we want to purify water, we put some alum in it, and the alum first cleans all other impurities, and dissolve itself does not remain it alum also. We know it evaporate. Similarly, positive impressions are karma is essential to get rid of negative karma. But get rid of negative karma, get rid of negative karma, then we are getting out of the positive also. Positive karma is essential so that negative karma get washed away. So karma is one latent impression in the consciousness which propels one to do an action, and present action is creates impression in the consciousness which propels one to do again another action. Impression of action and its impact is all called karma. But it and this whole universe is full of impression. The skill is to live in karma yet to be attached and affected by this. This is what is yoga. In Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna says, it is a beautiful man, one who sees action in inaction and inaction in action, is the most intelligent of all men. Action in inaction is seeing the consciousness in the active universe and seeing the universe in the vast consciousness. This recognition is called freedom. Freedom does not mean stopping action. It's doing action yet being a witness to it. There are three types of karma. Prarabdha karma means some certain karma which we have to experience, which has already started yielding fruits. Sanchit karma, those impressions stored but which has come from the past. And thirdly, agami karma.
What happened,
Excuse me,
Varsha?
sorry, sir. Please excuse me. Sanchit karma, those impressions stored but which has come from the past. Thirdly, agami karma, knows which would in the future give its in effect. The sanchit the sanchit means accumulated karma of the past can be gotten rid of. Agami karma, which is not yet given the fruit, which might happen in the future, we can get rid of. But prarabdha, which is already here existing, which is started yielding fruit. In Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna says, Gahana karmono gatihi, means it's unfathomable, or the ways of karma which would sprout when we don't know. Finally, Lord Krishna says, just do your duty and don't worry about the result of the action. Thank you.
Thank you. ମୁଁ ଯାହା ବୁଝିଲି ପୁରା ପେପରରେ କର୍ମ ବିଷୟରେ ସାଧାରଣ ଭାବରେ କେତେ କଥା କହିକିରି ତାପରେ ଗୀତା ଉପରେ କିଛି କଥା କୁହାଗଲା ଶେଷକୁ. The world is full of karma. Karmas are either good or bad. Karmas are due to impressions. Bad karmas are due to bad impressions. So bad karmas could be corrected by correcting bad impressions. That was the sum of the first part. There are some questions to you in the chat box. Please attend to that. I am reading it out. Does karma expire? How do you dissolve bad karma? Can karma change destiny? There are three questions. The second question you have already answered. How do you dissolve bad karma? By dissolving bad impressions, by yoga, etc. It could be corrected. But then, can karma change destiny? କର୍ମଟା ଭାଗ୍ୟକୁ ବଦଳେଇ ଦେବ କି?
So surely karma, in my opinion, karma would change the destiny, because when some good karma, we do some good karma, and so bad karma, it changes our destiny. It affects our destiny somewhere, I think. Thank you.
এটা କାହା ଅନୁସାରେ ତ ତମେ ଯାହା କହିଗଲ ଖାଲି ଜେନେରାଲ ଭାବରେ କୌଣସି ଫିଲୋସଫର ବା କୌଣସି ଫିଲୋସଫିକାଲ ସିଷ୍ଟମକୁ ନେଇ କହିନ, ସେମିତି କହିଗଲ. ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଯୋଉ କହିଲ କର୍ମ କାହା ଅନୁସାରେ?
So I'm a first year student, so I don't have any basic idea.
ଶିଖିବୁ, ପୁଣି ପଢିବୁ, ପୁଣି ଭଲ କି ଲେଖିବୁ, ଆହୁରି ଶିଖିବୁ. ଆମେ ବି ତୋଠୁ ଶିଖୁଛୁ, ତୁ ବି ଆଉ ଶିଖିବୁ, କଣ ସେଥିରେ ଅଛି ଅସୁବିଧା?
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Sir, please answer. Sir, ଆପଣ ଯୋଉ question ପଚାରିଲେ, please ମତେ ଏଥିରେ answer ମୁଁ ଶୁଣିବା ପାଇଁ ଚାହୁଁଛି.
ସଚିନ ପଚାରିଛି, can karma change destiny?
ଆଜ୍ଞା sir, ଆପଣ please ଦୟା କରିବେ.
ଗୋଟେ ଉତ୍ତର ଏମିତି ହେଇପାରେ, ଡେଷ୍ଟିନି କିଛି ନାହିଁ, ତମେ ନିଜେ କର୍ମ କରୁଛ ଏବଂ ନିଜ କର୍ମ ଫଳ ନିଜେ ଭୋଗୁଛ. ଡେଷ୍ଟିନି କୋଉଠି ଓଭର ଆଣ୍ଡ ଆବଭ ୟୁର ସ୍ପିୟର ଅଫ କର୍ମ ନାହିଁ, ଯିଏକି ସବୁ ନିୟନ୍ତ୍ରଣ କରୁଛି. ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ କଥା ହେଲା, ସେ ଯୋଉ କର୍ମକୁ 3 ରକମରେ ବିଭକ୍ତ କରାଯାଇଛି, ସଞ୍ଚିତ କର୍ମ, ସଞ୍ଚୟମାନ କଣ, ପ୍ରାରବ୍ଧ କର୍ମ,
ସଞ୍ଚିତ କର୍ମ and ଆଗାମୀ କର୍ମ,
କ୍ରିୟମାଣ କର୍ମ, ଯୋଉଟା ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ କରୁଛେ ଏଇଟା ସଞ୍ଚୟ ହେଇକି ରହୁଛି, ଏବଂ ପ୍ରାରବ୍ଧ କର୍ମ ଯୋଉଟା ଅଲରେଡି ଡିପୋଜିଟ ହେଇଛି, ତାପରେ କ୍ରିୟମାଣ ଯୋଉଟା ପ୍ରାରବ୍ଧରୁ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଫଳ ଦେବା ଆରମ୍ଭ କଲାଣି, ଏଇଭଳି କରାଯାଉଛି. ତେବେ ସେ ଅଛି ଅଦୃଷ୍ଟ କନସେପ୍ଟ ଅଛି, ଏବଂ ଆରଟା କଣ କହିଲା ମିନାକ୍ଷୀ? ଅପୂର୍ବ କନସେପ୍ଟ, ଅଦୃଶ୍ୟ କନସେପ୍ଟ. ସେ ଯୋଉମାନଙ୍କର କନସେପ୍ଟ, ସେମାନେ କହିବେ ଯେ କର୍ମ ଫଳ ଗୁଡିକ ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ପ୍ରାପ୍ତ ହବ. ଯଦି ଏଇ ଜନ୍ମରେ ପ୍ରାପ୍ତ ନହେଲା, ତାହେଲେ ସେ ପୁଣି ଜନ୍ମ ଜନ୍ମାନ୍ତରରେ ପ୍ରାପ୍ତ ହବ, ସେ ଫଳ କୁଆଡେ ନଷ୍ଟ ହବ ନାହିଁ. ଏଇଭଳି ଭାବରେ ବିଭିନ୍ନ ମତ ଅଛି. ଯିଏ ସେ ମତକୁ ଆଡଭୋକେଟ କରିଛି, ତାକୁ ସାଇଟ୍ କରି ଏବଂ ତାର ଏଭିଡେନ୍ସ ଆଣିକିରି ଦବାକୁ ପଡିବ. ଏବଂ ତାର ଯଦି କିଛି ଅବଜେକ୍ସନ ଥାଏ, କିଛି ସେଥିରେ ଡିଫିକଲ୍ଟିଜ ଥାଏ, ତାକୁ ପଏଣ୍ଟ ଆଉଟ୍ କରିକି ତାରି ପଏଣ୍ଟ ଅଫ ଭ୍ୟୁରୁ ସମାଧାନ କରିବାକୁ ପଡିବ. ଏମିତି ହେଲେ ପେପରଟା ଲଜିକାଲ ହବ, ଟାଇଟ୍ ହବ. So we will try to do that in future. But now it is the it is the time for Satyanarayana Mendili, who would make a presentation on Charabak epistemology. He is a student of Utkal University. Satyanarayana, are you there? Hello, Satyanarayana. No, he is not there.
No, sir, nahi.
Dhabaleshwar Nayak would come on and present
Yes, sir.
a paper on Charabak philosophy. And
Yes.
Dhabaleshwar belongs to Bikram Dev Autonomous College, Jaipur, as a student.
Thank you, sir. Sir, namaskar.
Now, sir,
Good
please go on.
afternoon. Good evening to all my respected teachers and
अल्प समय कह दे.
thank you, sir.
10 minute
Present in this virtual seminar. I am Dhabaleshwar Nayak, UG second year student, Bikram Dev Autonomous College, Jaipur. I am going to present the seminar on Charabak philosophy. The Charabak philosophy is the one of the school of Indian philosophy propounded by Charabak. Charabak, also known as the Lokayata. All schools are Indian philosophy is spiritualist, but Charabak philosophy is materialist. It consider matter is the only reality. It is the heterodox school of Indian philosophy because it does not believe on the authorities of Veda. And also it does not believe in existence of God. Hence it does not attest of Indian philosophy. The materialism is used to lokayata mata, means the view of common people. Charabak believes in the philosophy. Is it? The materialism is a metaphysical part of Charabak and his ethical part of hedonism, and epistemological part is also known as perception. Indian philosophy have been divided into three parts such as epistemology, metaphysics, ethics. Epistemology of Charabak. Epistemology of the study of the nature originated limitation. The term of epistemology is a combination of two words which comes from root word Greek or epistemo and logos. Epistemo means knowledge and logos means reason. Hence, epistemology is known as the theory of knowledge. There are three kinds of epistemology: right knowledge, objects of knowledge, means of knowledge. The Charabak holds perception as the primary and source of valid knowledge. Right knowledge means whatever we can perceive through our sense organ. We have 5 sense organ. There are eyes, nose, ears, tongue, and skin. Perception was there are two type of perception which are external or internal. External perception described as that arising from the interaction of a 5 sensor with 5 sense organ with the worldly object, but internal perception is the immediate perception of the mental states like pleasure, pain, etc. Charabak aspects only external perception. Metaphysics of Charabak. Metaphysics is the theory of reality. Charabak metaphysical theory is that according to materialism. According to Charabak, the matter is the only one reality. The material objects are exist and real sense that are perceived, but spiritual entity like God, soul, etc. According to Charabak, the world is made of 4 kinds of elements, which are earth, kishti, water, jal, fire, agni, and air. Other schools of Indian philosophy admit that there are 5 elements in that world, but Charabak rejects the 5 elements, sky, by ether, because if cannot perceived, but you can only be inferred. There is no soul. According to Charabak, there is no soul. There is material body only, which is combination of 4 elements are internal, but there is no consciousness. The Charabak holds that Consciousness is the consciousness arises when the four elements combination combine certain proposition. So called soul is just a consciousness, only living body. There is no God. According to Charabak system of Indian philosophy, there is no God. It is does not believe in the existence of God, and also it rejects the authorities of Vedas. So it is known as the heterodox school of thought. Charabak says that there is evidence the world is not a product of a god, a creator of a god, but everything in the world can be explained as the product of the combination of four elements. Liberation is the one of the most important concept of Indian philosophy. Liberation means free from the worldly object, but according to Charabak, there is no liberation. It can only attain. According to Charabak, death is the only one of liberation, and he also says that there is no hell or heaven in the other world. Conclusion: from the above discussion, it is clear that Charabak philosophy refers spiritualism and establishes its materialism to give its metaphysical theories. The main reason of the denial of this metaphysical issue is that perception is the only source of valid knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you ଧବଳ sir. ହିଷ୍ଟ୍ରି ଅଫ ଫିଲୋସଫିରୁ ଚାରବାକ ବିଷୟରେ ଯାହା ପଢିଥିଲୁ ତାକୁ ସୁନ୍ଦର ଭାବରେ ପ୍ରେଜେଣ୍ଟ କରିଦେଲୁ, ବହୁତ ଧନ୍ୟବାଦ। କିନ୍ତୁ ମତେ ଗୋଟେ କଥା କହିଲୁ ଖାଲି, ନିଜେ ଚାରବାକଙ୍କର ଶିଷ୍ୟ ହେବାକୁ ଚାହିଁବୁ?
ସାର୍ ଟ୍ରାଏ କରିବି ସାର୍।
ଟ୍ରାଏ କରିବୁ?
ଆଜ୍ଞା।
ତାହେଲେ ଖାଲି ପୁଳିଏ ଟଙ୍କା, ପୁଳିଏ ଘର, ପୁଳିଏ ଲୋକ ବାକ ଧରିକି ବଞ୍ଚିବୁ ଜୀବନ ସାରା?
ସାର୍
ଆଉ ତ ଜୀବନରେ କିଛି ନାହିଁ?
ଅଛି ସାର୍।
କି କଥା ଇଏ? ଅଛି ଯଦି ତାହେଲେ ତୁ ଚାରବାକ ପନ୍ଥୀ ନୁହଁ। ଚାରବାକର କୋଉଠି ଭୁଲ ରହିଲା ସେଟା ଦେଖେଇଥାନ୍ତୁ।
ଆଜ୍ଞା।
ହଉ ଦେଖେଇବୁ ଚେଷ୍ଟା କରିବୁ, ସେମିତି ଭାବି ଚିନ୍ତି କରିବୁ। ସୋ ମୁଁ ଦେଖେ ଚାଟ ବକ୍ସରେ କିଛି ପଚାରିଛନ୍ତି କେହି? ନା କେହି ପଚାରି ନାହାନ୍ତି କିଛି, ତେଣୁକରି ତତେ ଧନ୍ୟବାଦ ଦେଇ ନେକ୍ସଟ ପେପର ପାଖକୁ ଯିବା। ନେକ୍ସଟ ପେପର ଇଜ ବାଇ ସୁଶ୍ରିତା ଦୋରା. She has a paper on Descartes' meditation. She is a student of Bikram Dev Autonomous College, Jaipur student. संगीतर ज्ञान गोटे पेपर प्रेजेंट करिवो। ଅଛି ନା ବାହାରେ ବସି ଘର ଭିତରେ ତ ବସିଛ, ବସି ଏକାଠି ବସି ଆଉ କଣ? ଆଉ ତିନିଟା ଖଣ୍ଡେ ପେପର ଅଛି, ଆମେ ପଢି ଦିଅନ୍ତୁ ବସିବା। କୁଆଡେ ଯାଇନ କି କୁଆଡେ ଯିବାର ନାହିଁ, ଏତେ ତରତର କାହିଁକି?
Very good afternoon to everyone. Respected all the dignitaries present over here and my dear classmates and juniors. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity to me.
ये शुभनी to देख के एडजस्ट करती है।
साउंड ही बढ़ा
Myself Sujata Dora, PG second year Bikram Dev Autonomous College, Jaipur. I am going to present my paper on the topic of Descartes' meditation 1, or skeptical doubt or universal doubt. René Descartes was a great mathematician, an important scientific thinker, and original metaphysician. He is a Frenchman. Descartes is called the father of modern philosophy because, according to him, reason is the source of true knowledge. René Descartes is a founder of rationalistic tradition. Rationalism is the epistemological theory which argues that all knowledge are rational in nature. Before Descartes, nobody was allowed to doubt the religious scriptures. Descartes argued that nothing should be admitted to be true unless there is certainty of its being true. Truth cannot be accepted purely on the basis of faith. Faith itself is abstract and does not provide any concrete evidence, for it is subjective in nature. Truth must be universal. According to Descartes, reason is the true guide for attainment of certainty. It is the power of thinking and understanding. Method of philosophy. Aristotle and subsequent medieval dialecticians set out a very large though limited set of acceptable arguments from known as syllogism. Descartes recognized that these syllogistic forms preserve truth from the premises to conclusion, such that if the premises are true, then the conclusion must be true. He still found them fallacy. Descartes applied some method to get clear and true knowledge. First, the idea of geometry is clear and distinct, and therefore they are easily understood, unlike the confused and obscure ideas of sensation. Second, the propositions constituting geometrical demonstration are not probabilistic conjecture, but are absolute certain so as to be immune from the doubt. Descartes' methods are known as deductive method. By deduction, Descartes meant that mental process with the help of which unknown and less certain truths are deduced. In such a way, this can also be treated as self-evident. Descartes' meditation. René Descartes' famous book Meditation on the First Philosophy is a philosophical treatise by René Descartes, first published in 1641. The book is made up of 6 meditations. In his first meditation, Descartes raised doubt concerning our knowledge about the existence of material objects, the major portion of human knowledge based on sense perception. Perception is not a reliable source of knowledge because sense have a limitation. The sense testimony can be doubted. It can give us certain knowledge because errors like illusion and hallucination are unavoidable. In his first meditation, first of all, Descartes raises doubt about the existence of physical world and the objects. He resolves to overcome all previous beliefs and opinions by the introducing methodic doubt. So, Descartes attempts to understand the method of this kind. For this, he inquires in his certain self-guiding rules. Rule number 1, never to accept anything as true unless I clearly now know it is such. Rule number 2, divide up each of the difficulties under the examination into many parts of possible. Rule number 3, commence with the simplest object and essence step by step to the complex. Now, how can we find something which is sure and certain? Descartes believed that the single certain truth can be systematically solved by deliberating doubt. Where doubt is the pushed its furthest limit, then it will reveal something which is indoubtable, which is clearly perceived. However, some may think that it is impossible to doubt that we are seated here in a certain place and time. But similarly, certainly is found in our dreams. Who knows that we may be dreaming, and he thinks of the perception and sense experience may deceiving us. Even the truth of the sciences can be doubted. His method, he reaches to an indoubtable knowledge that I doubt, and this doubt can be doubted further. The doubter is myself. I can doubt my doubting. I think, therefore I exist. Therefore, he concludes saying that cogito ergo sum is the one certain truth which may be taken as the foundation of philosophy. Thank you.
Thank you. बढ़िया कहलु सुधा सुंदर कहलु आप धीरे धीरे कहते भले सुधा से बर्तमान डेकार्ट डाउट विषय डाउट चैट बॉक्स क्वेश्चन अच्छी डेकार्ट डाउट एवं ह्यूम डाउट तुलना करा जाय परियो
डाउट करथिले बट से सर्टेनिटी रे पहुंची थिले डेकार्ट स्केप्टिक नहंती बट ह्यूम का डाउट से एवरीथिंग डाउट करथिले बोथ आर डिफरेंट मींस डेकार्ट डाउट एथि पे करथिले तांको सर्टेनिटी नॉलेज बट ह्यूम एवरीथिंग को डाउट करथिले
अच्छा से क्वेश्चन आउट पचरिया कि वर्तमान कह तांको सर्टेनिटी केमिति से पाइथिले डेकार्ट तांको रिजल्व करथिले केमिति डाउटटा
डाउट जदि मु एग्जिस्ट करछि माने हमर मु जदि भाबुछि तो मु भाबिले ही मु सॉरी आई एग्जिस्ट करछि देयरफॉर आई थिंक मु जदि मोर एग्जिस्टेंस जदि डाउटर तार डाउट को सॉरी तार एग्जिस्टेंस को डाउट करबो केमिति श्योर हे परबो
द डाउटिंग सेल्फ एग्जिस्ट्स योर रिजल्ट करथिले नै
आज्ञा सर
हां my doubting itself establishes my existence एटा कथा अच्छा ह्यूम को स्केप्टिक बोली कहल जे ह्यूम डाउट करी करी गोटे डिस्टिंक्शन दे दिले जोटा कि वैलिड डिस्टिंक्शन जोटा कि फिलोसफी रे परवर्ती काल रे एक्सेप्टेड हैला जे देखले जे जोड़ा को एम्पिरिकल स्टेटमेंट सेबा केबे सर्टेन हेई परिबो नाही एटा तो वर्तमान फाइंडिंग डाउट रिजल्व कर देले ए बळे बारे ताको स्केप्टिक कहीं कहबो तो संदेह बा डाउटिंग फॉर द सेक ऑफ डाउटिंग नो ताकि
बट से निजर एग्जिस्टेंस करथिले
ना हिम को कथा कहूची हिम द डाउटटा फॉर द सेक ऑफ डाउट नो तो ता नुए तेनु कर हिम को केतक क्रिटिकल फिलोसफी कहती जब कांट हुआ क्रिटिकल फिलोसफर नुहति तो ही इज ए प्रीडिसेसर टू क्रिटिकल फिलोसफी कह जाए तब से भाव देखो एमती हिस्ट्री फिलोसफी रे जहाँ लिखा है तो से भाव ग्रहण न करी इंडिपेंडेंटली चिंता करियो कि तो डिस्टर्ब हो तो ऑडियो सो thank you Sujata for your presentation. We now go to Vedavyasa Bhanjo. Topic is Wittgenstein on solipsism. Vedavyasa Bhanjo is a faculty, guest faculty at Bikram Dev Autonomous College, Jaipur. Vedavyasa.
Hello sir, good afternoon all of you, the respected president of this session and all dignitaries, persons present here and all the participants. I'm going to present a paper on Wittgenstein view on solipsism, but I have little bit modification in my title, solipsism in Tractatus. So in this paper I deal with solipsism in the Tractatus. The discussion of solipsism is confined to a mere and 1.5 pages in the Tractatus. But this short discussion plays an important role in Wittgenstein's philosophy and also create a lot of confusion among Wittgenstein's interpreters. Of all the enigmatic remarks of the Tractatus, none are a greater source of puzzlement than the obscure remark from 5.6 to 5.641, which are about Wittgenstein's view on solipsism. Before I enter into the matter, let me first clarify what is the solipsism. Solipsism is the philosophical idea that only one's own mind is here to exist. Solipsism is the doctrine that only oneself exists, or more modestly, that one can know only one's own experience. All else being at best conjecture, confabulation, or inference by some sort of analogy. Epistemologically speaking, the word solipsism comes from the Latin word solus and ipis. Solus means alone and ipis means soul, self. Hence, literally, the solipsism is the ism which places special emphasis on the lone self. Solipsism generates skepticism with respect to the existence of other mind. It is to render faith only in one's own existence. This is the textbook understanding of solipsism. There are two distinct notions of solipsism, which are epistemological version of solipsism and metaphysical version of solipsism. Solipsism as an epistemological position holds that knowledge of anything outside one's own mind is unsure. This formulation asserts that nothing is knowable other than the self and its idea, so that the existence and nature of other things is by comparison doubtful or hypothetical. The external world and other minds cannot be known and might not exist outside the mind. As a metaphysical position, solipsism goes further to the conclusion that the world and other mind do not exist, based on a philosophy of subjective idealism. Metaphysical solipsism maintains that the self is the only existing reality and the all other reality, including the external world and other persons, are representations of the self and have no independent existence. So the two versions of solipsism actually express two formulations which can be stated briefly as the self is the only knowable thing, that is epistemological version, and the self is the only existing thing, that is metaphysical version. Strictly speaking, there cannot be really be any advocate of metaphysical solipsism, for as a theory it is unintelligible. To be intelligible, it needs reference to other people and common language with which it can be compared or contrasted, but it is very formulation of the thesis. It denies the meaning to this concept of others. So there is an incoherence. On the other hand, most of all the empiricist philosophers expose epistemological solipsism. The solipsism was first recorded with the Greek pre-Socratic sophist Gorgias. The foundation of solipsism are in turn the foundation of the view that the individual understanding of any and all psychological concept, thinking, willing, perceiving, etc., is accomplished by making analogy with his or her own mental states, that is, by abstraction from inner experience. And this view, or some variant of it, has been influential in philosophy since Descartes elevated the search for incompatible certainty to the status of the primary goal of epistemology. In search of certainty, Descartes started by doubting everything, but he could not extend his doubt to his own existence, because the very act of doubting presupposes his own existence, so he could not doubt the existence of his own self. The criterion cogito defined the subject and what belongs to the subject. In doing so, mind was distinguished from matter. According to Descartes, the mind is indubitable known, while the material things, including the human body, are subject to doubt. At this stage, Descartes' position is that of a solipsist, because his self and its idea are the only things he really know to exist. Now I come to the point that whether Wittgenstein was a solipsist or not. This question is, what is the position of Wittgenstein regarding solipsist? And second question, whether he was a solipsist or not. This question cannot be answered in a straightforward manner. This is because we find the Wittgenstein's famous students offer contradictory views regarding this question. Some of them hold the view that Wittgenstein was a solipsist, whereas others consider him not to be a solipsist. For example, J.N. Findlay and believes that Wittgenstein was an absolute solipsist, whereas Rousseau's opinion was the Wittgenstein was never a solipsist. So two greater interpreters like Findlay and Rousseau cannot both be wrong in understanding Wittgenstein, but both cannot be right also in the same way. So what seems sensible here is to suggest that both interpretations are right in some sense and both are wrong in some other sense. We should also mention the name of F.M. Comfort, who derived the solipsism of Wittgenstein from his theory of meaning and did not find much difference between Berkeleyan idealism and Wittgenstein's solipsism. David Pearce, in his article, The Originality of Wittgenstein's Investigation of Solipsism, writes that sympathy is the most striking character of Wittgenstein's treatment of solipsism, though Wittgenstein himself was not a solipsist. Jaco Hintica, in his paper on Wittgenstein's solipsism, writes that the main difficulties people have had in trying to understand Wittgenstein's pronouncement on solipsism in the Tractatus are connected with the proposition 5.62 of the book, the original line written by Wittgenstein in German, but it was translated by Pearce and M.C. Quidnes as the language which alone I understand. But so one thing is clear, that Wittgenstein's treatment of solipsism is a very special one, and we must judge the matter of whether Wittgenstein was a solipsist or not with special reference to Wittgenstein's treatment of solipsism and should not understand solipsism in the ordinary sense of the term, but the limits of language and the world. From the section 5.6 in the Tractatus to the section 5.641, Wittgenstein is concerned with the issues which move around the issues of solipsism. These sections also form a set of key sections for understanding the central doctrine of the Tractatus. It is his quest for the truth in solipsism that led Wittgenstein to talk about the limits of logic, language, and the world. It is this quest that led him to deny that there is any such thing as the subject that entertain ideas. Wittgenstein's view about solipsism are linked up with his theory of language and meaning in the Tractatus on one hand, and on the account of self on the other hand, here the metaphysical self. In the Tractatus, the discussion of solipsism begins at the proposition 5.6, where Wittgenstein equates the limits of my language with the limits of my world. In the next proposition 5.61, he equates the limits of the world with the limits of logic. To understand this odd twist of ideas, we are to untangle a number of riddles. Let us first try to explain the key concepts like limit, language, my world, etc. used in the proposition. The notion of limits is so important, in the Tractatus that Wittgenstein writes in the preface that the aim of the book is to set a limit of thought, or rather not to thought but to the expression of thought. For in order to be able to draw a limit to thought, we should have find both sides of the limit thinkable. It will therefore only be in language that the limit can be drawn, and what lies on the other side of the limit will simply be nonsense. By language, Wittgenstein does not mean by any particular language like English, French, or German. All language in the way Wittgenstein takes them are one, because logic is wholly present in any language that makes sense, and a language that does not make sense is not a language at all. What all languages have in common is their capacity to represent or picture state of affairs. It is the pictorial form of language. In the Tractatus, a certain conception of essence of language as pictorial in nature emergent out of Wittgenstein argument. When Wittgenstein speaks of the limits of language, okay, sir.
Please summarize.
Yes, sir. Wittgenstein as a solipsist is clearly reflected when he talk about the world is my world. But Wittgenstein think of as the correct idea in solipsism is the idea that the world is my world. Tractatus 5.62, that is, the world is my world, is according to the Tractatus what the solipsist mean, but it cannot be said, it can only show itself. But what is the explanation behind identifying my world and the world? This obscure remark seems to be equate the world, the objective world of which I and my thoughts are insignificant part, with my world, the world of my thought elements and what I myself have linked with them. This identification seems to have a holistic flavor in practice. Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, brothers. Actually, the 5.62, which you referred to off and on, as another thing which you have not referred to. Wittgenstein says what the solipsist means is quite correct. So you should have said who is regarded as a solipsist and what does he actually mean. You did not refer to Berkeley in your criticism, rather you only referred to one commentator who referred to Berkeley. Isn't it? So he should have been the other party of the discussion. But then the discussion is all right. But you say that this is very difficult to understand, that sentence. What does he say by saying that the world is my world? You must have seen George Hosford's book, I mean Pitcher's book, who explains it so nicely and at length what this part of the view actually means. So you will develop this according to the references made by us and submit it for publication to AOPA journal, as Ramu sir has made it clear. Let me see if there is any question in chat box. There is no question in chat box.
Sir, hello.
Manoranjan will say something.
Yes, sir.
Manoranjan,
Really, this is a very good paper, and he has tried a good attempt to talk about Wittgenstein on solipsism. Actually, sir, one proposition has to be analyzed here. So the author can, the writer can add in further. That is that Wittgenstein himself says that I have traveled from idealism to solipsism and reaches to solipsism to realism. So that proposition, one can conclude that Wittgenstein realism is.
Manoranjan, where is that sentence?
Sentence is that Wittgenstein himself claims that.
Where is that?
I think it is. I think it is a notebook or tractatus. Notebook, I think that I have.
It is not there in the tractatus. If there is a notebook.
Notebook, I think, sir. Yes. I will give the reference that I have traveled from idealism to solipsism and reaches to solipsism to realism. So from this statement, one can conclude that Wittgenstein is a realistic solipsism, but which many people may not accept it. So kindly analyze the sentence and further add it.
He is a logical solipsist. From the point of view of logic, he is a solipsist. I mean, this point has already been explained in detail by that. And whether the statement you refer to, if it is there in the notebooks, then Vedabhyas will mention that. And
okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, thank you, sir.
May I add a little bit how to improve the paper here? Sir, thank you. Vedabhyas can improve the paper by, he was referring to many other philosophers who have remarked upon position of whether Wittgenstein was a solipsist or not. He just gave the view of these philosophers. He could add and enrich the paper by saying what are the reasons for their views. So that way the paper will be richer.
And moreover,
then analyzing their reasons.
You have not referred to George Pitcher, and you have not referred to Max Black also. Max Black's companion to Wittgenstein Tractatus, you must refer to have a full explanation of this. So, taking all this into view, you will develop your paper and submit it to Rambabu for further instruction.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the nice suggestion.
We now pass on to another paper, Sankhya Theory on Causation, by Kumar Nayak, who is a faculty member, guest faculty of Bikram Dev Autonomous College, Jaipur. Santosh?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity. Namaskar to all. Yes, sir. Esteemed to all my teachers, respected chairperson of this session, seniors, juniors, and all the dignitaries. I am going to present a paper on Sankhya theory of causation. Sankhya philosophy as one of the fundamental orthodox systems of Indian philosophy. Sankhya maintains the theory of Satkaryavada, which holds that effect pre-exists in its material cause, which is opposed to the Nyaya theory of causation, that is Satkaryavada or Satkaryavada. In this paper, I have tried to study the Sankhya view, the Sankhya theory of causation. Satkaryavada takes two forms. According to the conception of reality, Parinamavada and Vivartavada. Parinamavada holds that in a causal process, the change actually occurs and cause actually takes the shape of effect. On the other hand, Vivartavada, the ultimate reality is unchanging and all kinds of changes are apparent and illusory. Sankhya Yoga advocates the theory of Parinamavada. On the other hand, the theory of Vivartavada is advocated by Nyaya and Vaisheshika. The concept of causation occupies an important place in both Indian and Western philosophy. While the Western philosophers gave more emphasis on the efficient cause, their Indian counterparts were very much interested in the material cause, but they did not bother much about it. For them, the main subject of treatment is the material cause, that is the matter which due to the activity of the efficient cause takes a new shape. In Indian philosophy, different schools gave different views regarding material cause. According to Sankhya, it is the permanent basis of the changing states which are real, while the Nyaya Vaisheshika holds that it appears in altogether different conceptions of inherent cause, which is in the form of a substratum of newer states as well as newer and altogether different substances in the form of wholes. While the Western thinkers were troubled and occupied by the consideration of the relation of the efficient cause with its effect, the main problem discussed by Indian thinkers was that of the relation of the material cause with its effect. Does the material cause impact any essence to its effect, or is it completely external to the cause? So far the essence is concerned, is the essence then derived from void, that is the effect is created out of nothing. What happens to the cause when the effect comes into existence? Is it annihilated or continues to exist side by side? Does the material cause actually turn into its effect or present only an illusory appearance? These were the main problems discussed by Indian thinkers. According to Nyaya Vaisheshika, an effect is a completely new entity with its essence different from that inherent cause and exists side by side with it. Now, the problem of the essence of effect is the basic problem of Indian thinkers, and the whole division of Indian theories of causation is based on its consideration. There are two possibilities with regard to the essence of effect. Either an effect derives its essence from its cause, or it does not. If an effect derives its essence from its cause, it is existent in some form even prior to coming into formal existence. If an effect does not derive its essence from its cause, then it is not at all existent in any form. Whatsoever, prior to its coming into formal existence, this is the basis of the twofold classification of Indian theories of causation. They are Satkaryavada and Asatkaryavada. Satkaryavada maintains that an effect is existent even before its coming into formal existence. On the other hand, Asatkaryavada maintains that an effect is completely non-existent before the causal process. It is completely a new entity, a new creation, not only regard to its form, but also with regard to its essence. The main exponents of Satkaryavada are Sankhya Yoga and Vedanta, and of Asatkaryavada are Nyaya Vaisheshika and Buddhist. According to Sankhya, an effect is existent in potential form before the causal process. their view is called Satkaryavada. This view is opposite to Asatkaryavada. This theory has two forms. If you believe that through a causal process change actually occurs and a cause actually takes the shape of effect, it will be one kind of a Satkaryavada. This is the specifically called Parinamavada or a Vikaravada. This view is maintained by Sankhya and Yoga. Both these schools believe that reality, which forms the basis of a phenomenal universe, is made of ever-changing three constituent gunas. Though the intermixture of these gunas, it adopts newer and newer forms, which are actual and real. The main importance of this title, Parinamavada, is that Sankhya believes in a real change. On the other hand, when we believe that the ultimate reality is unchanging and all kinds of changes are unreal and illusory, it will lead to another kind of Satkaryavada known as Vivartavada. Sankhya school of Vedanta is an advocate of this theory. It is constant to the Parinamavada. The Sankhya arguments to prove Satkaryavada are propounded in the verse of Sankhya Karika. Asat karanat upadana grahanat sarva sambhavavat saktasya sakya karanat karana bhavacha sat karyam. Asat akaranat kona? Na asat akaranat, if the effect were non-existent before the operation of the cause, it would never be brought into existence by anybody. The effect is existent before the causal process, just as it is existence after the causal process. All that is to be done is its manifestation from the cause. The manifestation of something existent is compatible with expression. For example, thumping the rice from paddy, milking milk from the cows. In all these cases, the effect is already existent before the causal operation in an unmanifested state. On the other hand, there is no instance where find that something non-existent is produced. In fact, what is non-existent is never to be produced or manifested. Upadana grahanat, only a particular material is taken.
अरे ग्रहणात कौन कुछ सारे समझो
ग्रहणात आगे हाँ सर ग्रहणात उपादान ग्रहणात, a particular material is taken for a certain effect to be brought out. A jar can be produced out of a clay only. Cloth can be produced out of threads only. This means there is a definite relation between cause and effect. The relation can exist only when both of them are existent. So, the effect must exist before the causal operation. Sarva sambhavavat. Sarva sambhavavat kona? Now, if we don't accept the relation between cause and effect, then every effect would arise from every cause without any restriction. According to the teachers of Sankhya, causes being related to existent things can have no connection with the non-existent. So, we have to admit a relation between cause and effect, and also the existence of an effect before the causal operation, without which the relation is not possible. Saktasya sakya karanat. If some opponent says that there is no need of admitting a relation between cause and effect, the fact that causes produce the same effect and not any other can be explained by admitting some kind of a potency. In that, cause which can be inferred by seeing the effect brought about, in reply Vachaspati Mishra asked the opponent, is this potency residing in the potent cause, operative on all effects, or upon that effect only for which it is potent. If it is operative on all effects, the same state of non-restriction will arise. If only upon that for which it is potent, it is to be explained as to how it can operate upon a non-existent effect. If it is said that the particular potency is itself of the sort that it produces only certain effects, not all, then we ask, is this particular potency related to effect or not? In the former case, the relation cannot be non-existent effect. So the existence of effect shall have to be admitted. In the latter case, the same non-restriction will come in. So effect shall have to be admitted as existent. Karana bhavat, because effect is of the same essence as cause, it is not essentially different from cause. If a cause is existent, then how can its effect, which is inseparable from the cause, is non-existent? To prove this argument, Vachaspati Mishra puts some arguments. First, a cloth is not different, the threads, because it is the attribute of the threads. An object differing in its essence from another object cannot be its attribute. For example, a cow is not the attribute of a horse, but the cloth is an attribute of the thread. So the cloth is not different object. Next example, threads and cloth are not different objects because threads are the material cloth of the cloth. There is a relation of a constituent and constituent between them. The objects different in essence don't have such relation. For example, in the case of a jar and a cloth, there is no such relation, as this relation exists in threads and cloth because they are not different objects. Threads and cloth are not two entities differing from each other in essence also, because there is no conjunction and separation between them. Conjunction be found two objects which differ from each other. For example, in the case of a pool and a border tree, and also separation, for example, in the case of a Himalaya and Vindhya mountain. But in the case of a threads and cloth, there is neither conjunction nor separation. So they are not different objects. Threads and cloth are not different also, because a cloth does not contain itself any product which makes it weight different from the weight of threads, constituting it an object different in essence from another always has a weight different from that of the latter. For example, lowering the balance caused by a bracelet weighing 2 palas is more than that caused by the bracelet weighing a single pala. But we find no such difference between the effect to weight of the cloth and that of the weight of the thread.
Santosh, conclude kar Santosh.
Okay, sir.
Conclusion कौन कहेगी सर?
हाँ सर, conclude. Okay. Against the identity theory of Sankhya, the Nyaya objections, but Sankhya philosophy. Now my conclusion is Sankhya philosophy maintains Satkaryavada, which holds that the effect pre-exists in its material cause. Satkaryavadins defined effect to be pre-existent prior to its production and is present in a potential form in the material cause. On the other hand, Asatkaryavada holds that an effect does not exist in its material cause before its origination. It is something which is a new creation. Therefore, it is called Arambhavada. Arambhavada is an outcome of Asatkaryavada, just as Parinamavada and Vivartavada are the outcome of a Satkaryavada. Unlike Arambhavada, which holds effect to be a new creation, Satkaryavada establishes the identity of a cause with effect. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It is a nice presentation covering all aspects of the theory of causation or the doctrine of causation, which Sankhya philosophers advocate. But Santosh ସଂସ୍କୃତି ଗୁଡ଼ିକ ସବୁ କୋଟ୍ କଲୁ ବିଭିନ୍ନ ଜାଗାରୁ ଟିକେ ସେଟା ସଂସ୍କୃତ ସାରଙ୍କ ସାଙ୍ଗରେ ବସିକିରି ତା କେମିତି ଉଚ୍ଚାରଣ କରାଯିବ, କେମିତି କ'ଣ ହବ, ତାର ଅର୍ଥ କ'ଣ, ତାକୁ ଟିକେ ବୁଝାବୁଝି କରିବୁ। କିନ୍ତୁ ଇଣ୍ଡିଆନ୍ ଫିଲୋସଫିର ତୋର ଆଗ୍ରହ ଦେଖି ମୋତେ ଭାରି ଖୁସି ଲାଗିଲା। ଇଣ୍ଡିଆନ୍ ଫିଲୋସଫିର ସବୁ ସ୍କଲର୍ସ ବାହାରନ୍ତୁ, ପଢ଼ନ୍ତୁ ଏବଂ ପଢ଼ାନ୍ତୁ, ଏଇଟା ବହୁତ ଭଲ କଥା। କିନ୍ତୁ ଏଇଠି କଥା ହେଲା ଯେ ଅସତ୍ କାର୍ଯ୍ୟବାଦ କହିବ ଯଦି କପା ଭିତରେ ତମର ଲୁଗାଟା ଅଛି ତାହେଲେ କପାଟାକୁ ପିନ୍ଧୁନ। ଯଦି ତମର ଯୋଉ ସତ୍କାର୍ଯ୍ୟବାଦ ଅନୁସାରେ ତମେ କହିବ ତ ଲୁଗାଟା କପା ଭିତରେ ଅଛି, ତା ମେଟାଲ ଗଜରେ ଅଛି, ତାହେଲେ କପାଟାକୁ କାହିଁ ପିନ୍ଧୁନ? ତେଲଟା ସୋରିଷ ଭିତରେ ଅଛି, ସୋରିଷଟା କଣ ଦିହରେ ମାଖିବୁନ? ତା ଉତ୍ତର କଣ ମିଳିବ?
ସର୍ ଯେ ଆମର ସେଗୁଡା କହୁଛି ତାର ଆଟ୍ରିବ୍ୟୁଟ ସାର୍।
କଣ ଆଟ୍ରିବ୍ୟୁଟ? କଜ୍ କହିଲେ କଣ ଯେ କଜ୍ ଇଜ ଏ କନସେପ୍ଟ which needs analysis first. ତମେ ମେଟାଲ କଜ୍ କଥା କହିଲ, ମେଟାଲ କଜ୍ ଅଛି, ଏଫିସିଏଣ୍ଟ କଜ୍ ଅଛି, ଫର୍ମାଲ କଜ୍ ଅଛି, ପୁଣି ଫାଇନାଲ କଜ୍ ଗୋଟେ ଅଛି। କୋଉ କଜରେ ଥିଲା, କୋଉ କଜରେ ନଥିଲା। So if you analyze this, you will find the essence of the dispute which is between Sankhya and Nayak. What Sankhya says is on the face of it is all right, and what Nayak says is on the face of it is all right also. But when one party advocates one view, you must bring out the origin of the very point of view and what he wants to say. So in order to resolve the dispute, you must take both sympathetically from their own points of view.
Like ଆଜ୍ଞା ମାନେ ସାଂଖ୍ୟ କହୁନି ଯେ ତନ୍ତୁ ମାନେ କପାଟାକୁ ପିନ୍ଧିବ ବୋଲି ସେମାନେ କହୁନାହାନ୍ତି। ସେମାନେ କହୁଛନ୍ତି ଯେ କଜଟା କଣ୍ଟିନ୍ୟୁ କରୁଛି। That is all there.
କିଏ କହୁଛି?
ସେଇ ଯୋଉ ଆପଣ କ୍ୱେଶ୍ଚିନ୍ଟା ପଚାରିଲେ, that question has been asked by Nayak school itself. Nayak school is asking, how can you say that there is a cloth in the like whatever it is. So
Karpas.
So there cannot be cloth in the like whatever cotton or whatever tantu.
So cloth is a new creation. Cloth is not there.
So that is the whole reason why Parinamavada is being spoken.
ବୁଝିଲି ସନ୍ତୋଷ।
ସାର୍ ମୁଁ ଟିକେ କହିବି ଏଠି ଗୋଟେ ପଦେ ଦି ପଦ।
କାହିଁ କହିବେନି କହୁନାହାନ୍ତି
ସାର୍। ମୁଁ I have been listening to these scholars who are presenting their papers in Indian philosophy with great intent, concentration, trying to find from which papers are really we can think as eligible for our journal. So from that, so I have a few suggestions here. Those who are actually working in Indian philosophy, they should, I think, concentrate on and focus on not Indian philosophy or Indian themes or system based discussion of philosophy in particular. I think it is better to talk about within a system there are great philosophers, they have great reasonings for their views. Why not take up individual philosophers and take their text or the view they have hold and go on analyzing and and those people, others might have discussed those philosophers and take their commentary or views or critique, and then make a good paper out of that. This is
that is a
what I
better way.
want.
That is a better way.
Yeah.
That is a better way and a sure way to deal with in and philosophical themes. So they will try to do that. They are learning to the learners. So now we have two papers, last two, pertaining to Western philosophy. Swarnaprabha Biswal on Ionian concept of cosmic justice. Swarnaprabha, okay.
Yes, sir. Sir, pranam.
Swarnaprabha is a lecturer in philosophy in Mohila College, Puri.
Sir,
Government Women's College, Puri. Huh?
SCS Junior College, Puri.
SCS Junior College, I am sorry. It's lekha in the SCS Junior College, Puri. Swarnaprabha.
Sir. Pranam to all my respected teachers and good evening everybody. Respected President of this association, Vice President Ganesh Prasad Sir, as well as Chairperson of this academic session and other distinguished dignitaries and dear friends. Now I am going to present my paper entitled The Ionian Concept of Cosmic Justice. It has been commonly believed by the men of 21st century that the ancient Greeks, the pre-Socratic, in particular Ionians, have made some pronouncements concerning the underlying nature and structure of the world, which are quite dogmatic and wild speculations. The present paper is an attempt to reveal that the above alleged dogmatism is only apparent and it should not make us oblivious of the seminal contribution of the Ionians to explore the nature and structure of the physical world on the basis of scientific explanations. In the process, I would like to argue that their explanations do exhibit a kind of justice that prevails in the cosmos. The question is how and why the Ionian philosophers began to think about existence and the universe. They discovered that the names of gods reflected the kind of natural force they represent. For example, there is thunder and god of thunder. If we delete the name from the list, then nothing will happen, rather thunder will still occur. So, the name of God may be superfluous. They were questioning the validity of the myth. The pre-Socratic philosophers explored the principal cause of the cosmic creation on which the universe and human itself are founded. They were mainly concerned with the natural world that surrounded us. They pioneered the unifying approach for the physical world, assuming one element as the basis for everything in the universe. This was water for Thales, infinity for Anaximander, air for Anaximenes, and fire for Heraclitus. Here in this paper, I am considering the views of these four Ionian philosophers. Here they believe that material substance made up of the universe. Thales, the father of ancient Greek philosophy, believed that water is the basis of all things and the principle of the universe. He believed that in the beginning there was only water. The world and everything was composed of water. He observed that some rocks contain fossils and therefore concluded that the hills were once part of the sea. Thales ventured to regard water as the basic stock. He attempted to find naturalistic explanation of the world without reference to supernatural. Thales is attempting to provide a theory which is general, based on observation, and makes no appeal to supernatural causes. Anaximander lived
during the same period as Thales. He rejected Thales' supposition that water is the material arc. Instead, he proposed the apeiron. He introduced the prospect of an infinite universe, endless in space and time. Anaximander believed in the existence of a natural law, a kind of cosmic justice, which kept the four primary elements in balance. These elements were perpetually in strife due to their different texture and heterogeneous consistency. According to him, natural balance should be kept eternally by preventing an element from overtaking the rest. The important argument in this theory is the philosophical idea of an eternal and unchangeable cosmological essence from which everything is derived and finally returned. He said that the indefinite was the first principle. It is neither water nor any other thing called elements, but some other nature which is indefinite. He gives the name to this element, that is the apeiron, that is boundless. It is a substance self-defined, unchangeable and indestructible. Anaximander believed that the apeiron was in reality changing into the four elements which in turn, interacting with one another, gave all things. He assumed that the apeiron was able to give life. He posits the apeiron in response to Thales. His objection to water cannot have been that there was only a finite amount of it. Rather, it was that water is a determinate kind of stuff. If originally there is only water, we are left with no account of how there could be any hot or dry. The elements are opposed to each other. For example, air is cold, water moist, and fire is hot. And if one of these were infinite, then the rest would already have been destroyed. So he did not think of earth, air, water and fire as eternal natural elements. They were opposites which separated out of the boundless. Perhaps he had already identified them as the hot, fire is hot, air is cold, water is wet and the earth is dry. He called the divine origin the arche, the beginning, the first principle, and things could not begin with any of the great visible part of the world. It was the natural tendency of each to consume or transform the other. Earth eats up the rain, that is water. Water puts out fire, and fire turns a pot of water in steam, that is air. So they give justice and reparation to one another for their injustice, in accordance with the ordering of time. The cycle of coming to be and passing away is in accordance with what must be, and the cycle, the same thing, give right and penalty to each other for their wrongdoings. He concluded that generation and decay are indeed universal. All permanence is seasonal and cyclic. Nothing is permanent. Inside the world system, everything comes to be from something else and eventually passes back into that other thing when its time is up. According to Anaximander, there may be death, destruction, strife, and even encroachment, but still there is justice. If strife and encroachment are invariably repaired and things are reinstated within their proper limits. Anaximenes postulates air as the arche. This may seem to be a throwback to Thales. Thales said that water is the basic stuff. Here Anaximenes postulates air as the basic stuff. According to him, the basic stuff and qualities are not opposed but different stages of a continuum. Each kind of stuff is the continuum, can rarefy or can condense into either of its neighbors. For example, water can rarefy into cloud, or condense into earth. So each kind can either condense or rarefy into air. The question is, why is air the basic stuff in Anaximenes' view of the world? As the appearance of Anaximander is unperceivable and therefore he could not be certain of its existence, he rejected the appearance as basic stuff. Air is the most neutral of the elements. He believed that air was the original element out of which the others developed by the process of rarefaction or condensation. The world was surrounded by air. When compressed air turned into water, and the compressed water became earth, and compressed earth became stone. So everything was air in a more or less condensed state. Then comes the view of Heraclitus. Heraclitus thinks that the whole world consists of fire. He takes the world process as consisting of the ceaseless intertransformation of three components: fire, water, and earth. For him, strife of becoming is justice. He holds that strife is justice because through the very conflict of the opposites, the balance should be kept. He refers to the world order as justice on the one hand and harmony on the other. Now, here I am here we see that after the formation of the world, when something wet, here this is the view of Anaximander. When something wet meets something dry, a collision takes place and the one tries to penetrate into the area of the other. The same thing also happens when fire meets water and all other opposites when they meet each other. So injustice consists in the predatory nature of the opposites. All the actions are mutually limited so that a dynamic equilibrium will always be preserved in spite of continuous fluctuation of the opposites. If the warm was not confined by the cold and could increase itself unlimitedly into everything, then the world would be completely destroyed. So, in nature, everything pays justly. That is, they make reparation equivalent to the damage they have committed. The day overcomes night, the night overcomes the day. Injustice is repaid alternatively in a fixed period of time. Their alternative counterposing predominance implies the presentation of a dynamic equilibrium in nature. All the aspects of nature are equal. If they can help one another in check, no one of them is more powerful than any other. Now, from the above exposition, it may be held that with the advent of Ionians, there is an explicit transition from a religious, poetic, magical environment to a scientific one. They have endeavored to launch the program to search for the principles underlying the nature and structure of the visible physical world. They sought to execute it by examination and reconstruction of the prevailing cosmological views to accommodate the multiplicity of phenomena in a unified explanatory framework. This seems to be search for the underlying harmony, proportion, and justice that keep the world going. Thank you. With this, I remain.
Thank you, Sanabra, for your nice exposition of the views of the Ionian philosophers. Why do you call them Ionians? They are called hylozoists. Sanabra?
Sir?
They are known as hylozoists. Why do you call them Ionians? Hylozoists. Hyl means matter. These three philosophers posit matter in some form or other as the essence of reality. You call them Ionians, what is the reason? They come from Ionia.
Yes,
you
sir.
Forget.
Ionia, yes, sir. Miletus
Right.
Miletian. Yes.
but these philosophers were doing science or philosophy. You concluded your paper by saying that these philosophers' point of view brought the cosmic viewpoint from the religious to the scientific one. So these thinkers were doing science or philosophy. If you will reply that science and philosophy are not separated in their days, then my reaction would be, when they are separated in our days, if we discuss them from the point of view of philosophy alone, not from the point of view of science. So these philosophers have some ethical points of view. You should have tried to ground the ethical points of view on their metaphysics. That would have been philosophical dealing with the matter. So by stating these things and speculative processes by which transformation takes place, you are doing speculative science. Let me see whether there are questions in the chat box. There are no questions. So open to the audience to ask questions, if any. राम सर कहिएगी Sorry, sir. So we pass on to the last paper. The last one is by, not the least, of course, by Swagatika Das. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I forgot. Thank you. It is by Swagatika Das. The title of the paper is The Pythagorean Concept of Women. Swagatika, as far as you know, is assistant professor at Christ College, Cuttack, but she writes a research scholar at GM University. Whatever that might be, Swagatika Das, please come on. Hello, Swagatika.
Hello, Swagatika.
Swagatika, hello.
Swagatika Das.
Swagatika.
She has left, he has left the meeting.
So already, she has already left, according to the information on the screen of the mobile. So I'm happy that we have covered all the 14 papers that were listed in this section, but I'm very sad.
Am I audible? Hello?
Swagatika?
Yes, sir.
Oh, you left and not again.
Sir, am I audible?
Swagatika, please. You are audible. Please, where are you? In Christ College, Cuttack or GM University?
Sir, in both the places. I'm like...
Cannot be. Cannot be.
Sir, I'm a
Your 24 hours duty is where? Your 24 hours duty is where? As a research scholar at GM or as a lecturer at Christ College?
Sir, lecturer at Christ College.
So why do you hide that identity? Okay. Swagatika Das is assistant professor at Christ College, Cuttack. She will present on the Pythagorean concept of women. You have 10 minutes at your disposal, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone, respected teachers and my dear friends. Here, I'm going to present the paper which is entitled as The Pythagorean Concept of Women. During the quest for knowing the role of women in philosophy, I found the women philosophers were present in the ancient Greek philosophy. Here, I try to examine the position of women philosophers in the pre-classical period, classical period, and the Hellenistic age. The purpose of this paper is to focus on the position of women in the Pythagorean philosophy. The education, commerce, politics, and family relations are the basis on which we can understand the status of women in a state. It was found the Pythagorean women were active in the part of the intellectual life. Women were treated as equal with men irrespective of their external appearances. It is not something new to find women in philosophy, but due to lack of evidence, we may not be well aware about their philosophical contribution. We are available with some of the fragments and letters from where we can extract their philosophy. Here, the concern is not to examining how much original their contributions are, but to explore their constant contribution to philosophy with the extant information. The status of women in pre-classical period was unexpectedly good, rather classical period. While investigating the woman's position in Homer and Hesiod, it was found that women were quite restricted during the period. In the pre-classical Greek history, Pythagorean school was understood as a place where women philosophers were found very much active. One of the women philosophers known as Theno, she is supposed to be the wife of Pythagoras. There are some other women philosophers, namely Periston, Melissa, Fintis. We have some information about the classical Greek women philosophers. Socrates mentioned the name of Aspasia as woman philosopher. Another woman philosopher who was introduced by Socrates is Diotima. After the demise of Aristippus, Arete took the charge of Cyrenaic school. She was also active as a woman philosopher. Epicurus also gave the chance to women to take the part of his philosophy. Like Pythagoras, some countable logician work was done by some logical women logician during the period, namely Menexene, Argia, and Theogenes, Aristemicia, and Pantaclea. In the early Hellenistic age, some other women philosophers are Hypatia and Pamphile. One of the most famous women philosophers, named as Hypatia, plays a prominent place in Hellenistic age. While investigating about the ancient Greek philosophers, we need to focus on the following things. The information we are available with, we are drawing the writings of some historians after centuries. The entire judgment we will make on the basis of their fragments, as the original writing were not well available. The way we understand philosophy with a broad vision now was not there earlier, as it was along with some religious belief by many of the ancient Greek school. The picture of women philosophers were very gloomy, rather men. Earlier it was broadcast by men. Maybe they took the advantage to show women's sexual position rather intellectual. Careful observation and rational outlook may facilitate to extract the real position of women immersed in Greek antiquity. After seeing such renowned women philosophers, we are available with the information where women's emphasis is given to sexual rather than their intellectual status. To cultivate our wonder, we need to understand the philosophical journey of women, and we need to examine the status of women in the society of the Greek. Before to speak about Pythagorean women, I would like to mention some remarkable differences observed by the scholars among the Athenian women and Spartan women. Spartan citizen women have more political legal rights as compared to Athenian citizen women. They were allowed to buy and own property, business, politics, sports, and physical training. However, it was observed that Spartan women were getting all the values and respect as a men, and they were engaged in every particular work as the male members. Athenian women were not allowed to take part in business, education, politics, and legal rights. The improvement of the position of women can be noticed in Hellenistic age. Women have economical legal rights, though not political rights. They were allowed to buy and own property. Women were allowed to involve in education, music, sports, and crafts. It was found that Hellenistic period women were highly involved in philosophy than in the classical age with our limited resources. The presence of women philosophers, women philosophy in Pythagorean philosophy shows the active employment of women therein. They were also portrayed as they used to take care of the family and involved in the household things. But apart from it, they were also engaged in helping other women to practice virtue and maintain unity, which was extracted from their later. The Pythagoras was found as the great supporter of the woman, and his philosophical work shaped by some women philosophers as discussed by scholars. There are various explanations are present why women were admitted into Pythagorean societies.
The Orphic tradition influenced Pythagorean thought, and the tradition came out of the religion of Dionysus, which involved worship of mother and son. Pythagoras was believed that women were the main element of a family. A woman can maintain order and harmony in a family when the intelligence of woman will develop. She can perform her role better as a wife and mother. According to Meunier, the Pythagoreans saw the family as well as the city as a microcosm of the universe, and the order and the harmony of the universe was to be reflected in the city and the family. In Pythagorean thought and society, women were given an important place because they were a significant element of the family and were an essential part in achieving order and harmony within it. As Kathleen Wider mentioned in her writing, women life was based on sacrifice for family, beauty, and divine order. This was the purpose of every woman during the Pythagorean society. Iamblichus, in his Life of Pythagoras, mentioned 17 most eminent of the Pythagorean women. Gilles Minage, in his writing A History of Philosophers, published 26 women Pythagoreans philosophers. The presence of women in Pythagorean philosophy can be seen in this way. Theno was probably the wife of Pythagoras and also the prominent person of Pythagorean philosophy. Her exact date of birth and is unknown to us. Diogenes Laertius mentioned Theno was one of the most famous among the Pythagorean philosophy. There are three other names were included in philosophy as Maria, Damu, and Arignote, who were the daughters of Pythagoras. Some of the fragments were saved by Stobaeus. For that, we are available with three more women philosophers. Stobaeus mentioned one of the fragment of Fintis named as the moderation which became a woman. Peristone is another woman philosopher whose fragments were entitled as On Wisdom and On the Harmony of Women. Lastly, the famous woman philosopher's name is Timika. Another fragment was mentioned by Wider as moral dictum. Theno said, if the soul is not immortal, life indeed will truly be a feast for the wicked who die after living an evil life. Here, we can observe the view of transmigration of the soul. Zeller said Pythagorean believes in the transmigration of the soul, and for him, all the living things were related to each other, irrespective of any gender. Our soul does not belong to any gender. As a result, we should consider every woman as equal with men. Apart from this, there were several other fragments were preserved by scholars where she was speaking about the duty of married women. Theno noted down certain important arguments to Eubula in her letter about women's existence. If he suffers in his reputation, the world will make you likewise suffer. If he acts against his interest, your interests are joined with his, cannot escape unhurt. From all which you may learn this lesson that in punishing him, you punish yourself. Wider said, Theno's argument seems like utilitarian by nature, the best utility one can achieve by following the path of patience and obedience, unlike the problems. By observing another letter of Theno, which was written by Callisto, she suggested her to follow temperance while dealing with your servants. Her opinion towards servant has some similarity to golden mean of Aristotle, which speaks to avoid two extremes and follow the moderation. The consequences need to accept if you will mistreat to someone. According to Kathleen Wider, act in such a way that you imitate those tools which deteriorate when they are not used and which break them when they use too much. Here, Theno advised that reason and moderation are the best tools to apply for servants. Some of the important fragments have been placed by Periston and Fintis. Three important fragments are given by Periston. The first one was talking about on wisdom and argues that the birth of human being is to observe the principle of the universal nature, and the work of wisdom is to apply the intelligence in reality. She explains the work of Yes, sir. Some objection have been made on the authenticity of the writing of Pythagorean text. Holgerth himself argued that all the writings we have from Pythagorean text are all probably apocryphal because we do not have a proper writing based on fragments and was primarily oral. Some scholars believe that the extant fragments taken by early Pythagorean women were written by other writers from later centuries. If this will be the case, why a man would like to explain all these qualities about a woman? Even we do not have much proof to the Pythagorean woman having written by some other woman in later period because it is hard to understand the male writer to attribute his work to women. So this is all about my paper. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sagatika, for bringing in a new color to our discussion this afternoon. I'm really happy that you have brought into discussion something which we normally do not discuss in philosophical deliberations. Actually, this is part of feminist agenda to discover whether there had been women philosophers in the past, in the Middle Ages, and in the modern age also. And accordingly, Mary Ellen Whitty has written 4 volumes of history of women philosophers. A history of women philosophers in 4 volumes, edited by Mary Ellen Whitty. So it is our task in philosophy to bring in new facts relevant to philosophical discussion or to shed new light on facts already known. And you have drawn the first one, and I congratulate you for that.
Thank you, sir.
And I would hope that you would keep up the light and discuss everything in the philosophical spirit, bring in the views of lady philosophers and the logical arguments which justify those viewpoints. That would be consistent, that is your contribution to the wealth of philosophy. Let me see if there is any question in the chat box.
Yes.
There is one question. Minaki, with my little knowledge, I always told my students that it is not necessary those who read philosophy, those who know philosophy, and those who teach philosophy are philosophers. It is something different. What is this? I don't know. Then another question is asked like this. What is the reason behind only women philosophers found in ancient times? Is there any specific criteria to be recognized or called as philosophers? You respond to this.
So I think we are very much familiar with other male philosophers, but we are not much aware about women philosophers and their contribution to philosophy. So my work was that I really wanted to make them aware about that. Yes, so there are some women philosophers active in ancient Greek philosophy also.
That's right. So I thank you once again, Sagatika, for your nice endeavor. And
sir, one question can I ask?
Sure.
My question is, if women philosophers' position was such in Pythagoras' age, then how Plato's Republic says so much against women?
Actually, Plato was nowhere. May I answer the question? So actually, Plato in Book 5 of Republic, Plato mentioned many things about women philosophers and the contribution of women, and the role of women is something different in Plato's philosophy. Nowhere is written about that Plato was not a feminist, because feminism is a term is coined very later after in the Plato's time, and I don't think Plato was a kind of feminist in approach.
He was quite anti-feminist, rather, you can say.
No, sir, exactly not, because we do not have a we have proper materials, because
even
we
if
can book
Plato
5,
is an
we can read the book 5.
anti-feminist, does it follow that somebody will not do any work on even philosophers existing in ancient Greece or in medieval period or in modern period? Thank you. And hereby, I think this session comes to an end, and I thank everybody concerned. I thank Lakshman for making me the surrogate sectional president, and I now hand over the microphone to our dear president, Professor Saroj Kumar Mahanti.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Professor Ganesh Prasad Das, for conducting this session so well, and for such a marathon. And
সেই শব্দটা ভাবছিলাম বলে এটা ভুল যাচ্ছেন কি স্যার মারাথন শব্দটা কাই ভুল যাচ্ছেন
marathon and nobody can excel in that. Okay, thank Lakshman also for requesting you to do this work. It would have been very much impossible for him to conduct this, as you can. So he has been busy for all these things. Thanks everybody, and the papers have been very lively. And this session is closed, and we have these executive body members. Those who are members of the executive body are requested to be present. Others can be.
ठीक है सर एपट सेपट 10 मिनट